the summary there. And let's just run through the rules of solving, right? Most important thing. The most important thing that you have to be able to do in maths is to solve, right? Here I gave you some basic rules on how to solve, right? One of the most popular forms that you will see is A over B is equal to C on D. Whenever you see something like that. Oh, by the way, what's the difference between an expression and an equation? Equal sign, right? An equation has an equal sign, an expression doesn't. Okay, so you cannot solve an expression. You can only solve an equation. Okay, so if you have two fractions separated by equal sign, cross multiply. Right? So for example, if I give you x over 4 is equal to 3 and 2, to solve it, you cross multiply. 2 by x is equal to 4 by 3. 2x is 12. You want to solve for 1x, so you divide both sides by 2. So you get x is 6. That's okay? So once you can get two fractions separated by equal sign, cross multiply and solve. All right? What's the next thing that we could do if we have fractions? Suppose we have something like this. X plus 4 plus x minus 1 and 2 is equal to 3. What you can do? Right? Adrian said first thing you can do is to find the LCM on the left side. Right? Find the LCM and then cross multiply. What else you can do? Some else you can do. Add mass equal. What you can do there? You have fractions. Get rid of the fractions, right? How you can do that? Multiply everything by 4. Right? Multiply everything by the largest denominator. Or multiple. That's okay? So you have options, right? Right? So generally, whenever you're solving, your first step is to apply the simplifying rules I gave you earlier. Simplify it properly, and then you will end up with something as simple as to solve. But the trick is being able to simplify it, right? Right, next, whenever you solve simultaneously, you generally use elimination. In maths, once they give you a solving simultaneously in section 1, you use elimination. Okay? Suppose I give you something like this. 5x minus 3y is 2, and 4x plus 4y is 8. If I give you something like that, in order to solve it, real simple. All you have to do is take this value, multiply the first equation by that value. Take this value, multiply the second equation by that value, and it will work. Right? That's one method. The next method sometimes is just to multiply one of the equations. But the one I show you, they will always work. Right? Take the coefficient of x here, multiplied by the first equation. Take the coefficients of x here, multiplied by the second equation, and you'll end up with 20x minus 12y is 8. And down here, you'll get 20x plus 20y is 40. You minus off the x's, you'll get 0. Here you'll get minus 32. Here you will get minus 32. Y is 1. And then go back and solve for x, and you'll get 1. All okay with that? Yeah? Up one. Sure. And then there are times when you have to use the substitution technique. Substitution is only when they give you a linear and a quadratic. You can't use elimination there. Right? So if they give you a linear and a quadratic to solve simultaneously, you use substitution. So you take the linear and you put it into the quadratic. Right? There aren't any in the 5 years, but we'll see if we can crack this one. Last thing that we need to learn in solving is variation. If you see the word, right? If you see the word directly, directly, directly related or directly proportional, that's the way you write it. Okay? Sometimes they use the word variation, sometimes they would use the word proportional. Okay? So if they say A is directly related to B, you write it like that. If they say A is inversely related or inversely proportional, you write it like that. That's okay? One you divide and one you multiply. All okay with that? All right. So, oh, by the way, the quadratic stuff here, right? On page 11, right? Because we're gonna combine both of them. One last thing before you move on. Whenever you solve equations simultaneously, please remember you're solving two lines and you're getting a point. So whenever you solve two lines, what you're doing is you're finding the point where they intersect. That's okay? All right, let's go. Past paper time. Right, the only problem with now is I'm not giving you much time. Right? We're generally working with a minute a mark. 2 minutes, 2 marks, 2 minutes. Right? Examples only like 3 days a week. Right? So we can't move slow. All right, let's start here. Simplify. Right, so when this is simplify here, in your mind, right, can you expand that out? No. So although this is simplify, all you can do is what? Somewhere I do first. Am I seeing it? What you can do there? Factorize. So you add a factor at the top, factor at the bottom, and then simplify it. So you have factorization to do there first. Right? If you're not seeing the years I'm using is 2024, 2023, and 2022. Right? Those are the years I'm using, right? For the next cash course in April, I'm not using past papers anymore because we can get these solutions online. I'm making up my own. All right? So it'll be the same level. It'll be the same level. It won't be too hard. So I'll add some of you will come to this one, but I'm not using that either. It's similar though. By the way, this is just 2 marks, so you only have 2 minutes. Right, so the only hint I could offer there is that a factorize the top and factorize the underneath. Okay? See what common on top, factor it out. Look at the underneath. Where's the square? Different 2 squares, right? A squared minus B squared. Right? So the underneath is different 2 squares. Right. And then something to cancel. Right? I know all the likes is done and say your friend and watching your friend book to make sure you do it right. So you can't do that on Tuesday, right? Get in the habit of doing it for yourself. Next one. Actually, let me correct it on time. So again, I'm not giving them much time, right? Right. So on top, I can factor out x. I'll get x plus 7. Underneath, I'm seeing a minus sign and I'm seeing a squared. And I am also seeing that I could write 49 and 7 squared. So now I have difference in 2 squares. So it will be x over x plus 7 over x minus 7 by x plus 7. The x plus 7 will cancel, and you'll get x over x minus 7. That's okay? That's the final answer. Nothing else you can do. All right? Technically, you could long divide and break it down, but that's not at this level, right? 2 marks, 1 mark. You would have gotten 1 mark for factorizing and 1 mark for canceling. Next one, find R. Find the value of R. X squared plus x to the 6. Sorry, multiply. Find the value of R. That's just 1 mark, so that's a minute, right? Right, remember your paper is 50, 30, 20, right? Yeah. 50 is paper 2, 30 is multiple choice, 20% is the paper 3. Are you okay there? So whenever you're multiplying, what you do? Add. So you'll get x to the 2 plus 6 is x to the r is 8. Right? Honestly, you didn't matter write the line in the middle, you just write r is 8. Right? 1 mark. Okay? Granted, you get up? You didn't multiply 2 and 6, right? Okay. Next one. S cube is 8. Find S. S cube is 8. Find S. So what cube will give you 8? You done? You are done. 1 mark. So you have to take your easy marks, right? Hopefully you have 4 easy marks so far. Right? So S is equal to the cube root of 8. Right? Which is 2. All right? Let's go again. Right. So here's where the problem starts. Right? They start to give you worded questions. Right. Two things I want to point out here. First thing is that you're going to have to use your info about triangles to get part 1. Right? I'll show you this now. But here's what has happened, right? Sometimes, like if I look at the other years, you'll recognize there's plenty of words just to get part 1. Right? Sometimes, let's say you're not getting, in this case, let's say it didn't get part 1 and 2, it did not get the equations. But then, don't just move on. Look at part 3. Part 3 said to use part 1 and 2 to solve simultaneously. And you can solve simultaneously? Right. So don't panic too much if you don't get part 1 and 2. You can still get the parts underneath. All right? Remember the objective, your first objective in an exam is to maximize. 100 marks, get the maximum amount of marks that you could get in 2 hours and 40 minutes. Don't try to get everything right because time will run out sometimes on you, right? Move on. Once you get trouble, parallel star, and come back to it afterwards. There's some of the first major exam, right? So time pacing really important. Okay? Don't stick on anything. It's a minute and well, it's not a minute and mark, yeah? It's about like look at a minute and mark, right? All right, try this here. I'll tell you the exact thing later on. But it's 100 marks. The whole paper is 100 marks and it's 2 hours and 40 minutes. Right? So it's 1.5, 1.8 minutes a mark. Okay? But you will need it. Some 1 mark questions will take a minute. Some 1 mark will take 3 minutes. Right? So you got to be able to keep your eyes on your watch as you move along, right? Right. Go ahead. Here we have a triangle. Some of you may have done it already, but try it back. Right? You have a triangle. They want you to show that 2a plus 1 plus 5b is 171. What do we all know about triangles? Sum to 180. What about the equilateral? A quadrilateral? Sum to 360. What's the formula again? to find the number of degrees. I did some of the 2 classes, 2 or 3 classes ago. Yeah, I can say I was a week or 2 ago. Alright, so you figure it out. Alright, anyway, 180 and 360. Add up all the angles, supposed to get 180. Add up all the angles, supposed to get 360. Go ahead. And it's supposed to simplify to that. So once it's simplified, what you do, expand any brackets out, bring your like terms together. Okay? Go ahead. Try it quick. Right, I have some bad news for you. They are both 1 mark each. So you don't have much time. Right? But I told you not all 1 mark will take at the same time, right? Sorry. What I can do is you can share all the papers and group, right? So you can have. I think I shared one of the. Right, so you had to get this right. So look at the triangle. You gotta add up all the angles. And some people go on. 1, add up each one. 3b, a plus 2b, add up all. Right? And it should simplify for what it is. Right, all in number 2, the past 3 years, 4 years, the following. Give me information and we'll put it together. I call it as okay, you gotta get that. Next one, and then solve simultaneously. I say get them solve simultaneously. If you're not getting them, go and solve them simultaneously. If I want to come tomorrow and practice, you don't want to come 1, you come from 8 o'clock, right? But we do have lessons. But you can get ignore that. That's the first 2 months. Huh? Right, after you get them solve simultaneously. Right, every section 1 question is 9 marks, except for number 7. Every section 2, 12 marks. The whole paper is 100, right? Your goal is to get 100. You get 100. You get 100. Yours on your phone. Huh? Everybody here doing good piano, right? Doing piano. Right? And then solve it simultaneously. Solve it simultaneously as soon as they finish. If you get in trouble with part 1 and 2, go and solve it simultaneously. Right? I'm gonna do it just now and I'll show you. So you get trouble with bringing the terms stick together. Solve it simultaneously. I think that is 2 or 3 marks, right? 3 marks. Right? So take the 2 equations and solve them simultaneously. Oh, this is like a stick boy. Hold on, let's stick there. Huh? Again, online, I don't know who online. I'm just practicing. Wait, what is Tyler boy, eh? Huh? Wait, now this thing is thick on. Wait, what you be doing there? I want Jan or June? I wonder if I send the wrong here. Yeah, boy. But yeah, that was the one we do it Jan, right? Not June. All right, let's see what you got. So for the first triangle, is A plus 2B, adding up all the angles, right? A plus 2B plus 3B plus A plus 9 is equal to 180. I'm bringing all the A's together, so that's A plus A, that's 2A. I'm bringing all the B's together, 2B plus 3B, that's 5B. And I'm carrying across 9, it becomes minus 9. 180 minus 9 is 171. That's okay? That's all you gotta do, 1 mark. Plenty working, but 1 mark, right? In this case, you have to show your working to get the mark, right? Next, you're adding up all the angles in the quadrilateral to get 360. So that'll be 6A plus 3A. You'll press the buzzer by chance? You press the buzzer. Plus 18 plus 3B plus 3B minus 2A, and when you add up all of that, you get in 360. Right? Bring all the A's together. I have minus 2 plus 6, that's 4. 4 plus 3 is 7. So I got 7A. 3B plus 2B is 5B plus 3B is 8B. And then 360 minus 18. Does it? Any other numbers there? Okay, so 360 minus 18 is 342. Yeah, 342. Right, now we have to solve them simultaneously. Okay, so in order to solve them simultaneously, I use the rule I just told you, right? 2A plus 5B is 171. 7A plus 8B is 342. Right? I'm multiplying the first equation by 7. I'm multiplying the second equation by 2. So I'm going to get 14A plus 35B is equal to, how much is 171 by 7? 1. Then underneath by 2, that's 14A plus 16B plus, next one is what? 684. Yeah. And then you minus, because you have the A's are the same, right? So when you minus, the A's will give you 0. 35 minus 16 is how much? 19, and 117 minus 684 is 513. And then divide both sides by 19. How much you got for B?
27.
And then substitute B is 27 and again A is how much? 18. All right. So that's Jan 2024. Let's check out the number 8 one time. Anybody get all 11? I mean all 9? Hmm? Let's check out number 8 one time. Anybody confused anything? And if you're confused, you can come up or come by here. And yeah, is it? For sure. Let's go again. Number 8. Copy down if you need. Just skip down the answer if you need it. What's the point? All right, next one. Let's take a look at the number 8. Coordinate geometry. Right. And this one here, part B, they gave you that quadratic. Find H and K real fast. Find H and K. You all seen it? 4x squared. Somebody else go back, it open and make a mistake. 4x squared minus 24x plus 31. Find H and K, right? Use the formula. Use the formula and find H and K. No, leave that one. I think no, you have to listen to somebody. Press pause. Find H and K if you do remember. Go back to the summary and get it. But it doesn't go there, right? H is beyond 2A. And K is C minus 8 squared. English is Monday. Anybody do not English crash course? Anybody have that English crash course? Huh? Who have one? Huh? Oh, who did it? Who did it? Yusuf? From where? But she did earlier. This week or last week? Or Christmas. All right, time up. Right? That's 2 marks, right? 1 page and 1 per K. Right? So A is 4, B is minus 24, C is 31. When you're going to the paper, you have to start to pick out in your mind your strong areas, right? And of course, your weak areas, you have some time to work on it. Okay? When you don't like quadratic, you spend time on that alone. Right? H is equal to B on 2A minus 24 all over 2 by 4. I got minus 3. Right? And then K is C minus A8 squared. C is 31. Right? You'll see how hard this one may have been to factorize. In fact, you can factorize that. Right? 31 minus A. A is what again? 4. And H can give me so much. So. And H is equal to minus 3. Right? So that's 31 plus 12, which is, sorry, forget the square. Right? So the first thing you do is square the minus 3. So that'll be 9. 9 by 4 is 36. I got minus 4. Anybody got that? Minus 4? That's 5. Thanks. Minus 5, sorry. Thanks. Right. Please remember when you're working it out, you square the H first. Right? And I got 9. Then multiply 9 by A and then minus it from C. That's okay? Sharp people, if technically they might get it wrong, right? So you have to know the steps. So it's minus 5. So the answer is 4 by x minus 3 squared minus 5. Okay? Remember to write your answer in that form, right? Because it just completely square. Next. Ready? Right. Here what it is, right? On the axis below, right? All the giveaways are x and y axis, right? On the axis below, indicate, sorry, on the axis below, sketch the graph, indicate the coordinates of the maximum or minimum point, that's all they want, and the y-intercept. That's okay? So although this is all they want. All they want is the turning point, right? Which is minus 8p and they want the y-intercept. Right? But if you draw the wrong shape and give them those two right things, then the quadratic wrong. So you still have to know the shape, right? What's the shape of this one? A is 4. So the shape is minimum, right? So do a quick little sketch, right? Just draw those two lines. Do a quick little sketch. Write the turning, write what the turning point is and write the y-intercept. Okay? So you also have to know the shape. Although the order did not mark in it, you have to know the shape. All right? Do a quick little sketch. Right? So basically it's shaped like this, right? Put your y-intercept and put your y-intercept and put your max minimum point. Right, so turning point minus e. So what I get for each, for minus sign in front of it, what I get e, formula, right? Minus h p, get a sketch and then write y-intercept. Please be careful. Where is the y-intercept in this question? What's the y-intercept? C, and C is what? Positive 31, right? So your y-axis should touch positive 31. I'll do this now. And your turning point is minus hp. And then last part, they want the axis of symmetry. Right? Everything. You see how simple it is? You learn this summary, you get full marks in the exam. I wonder if we can do some cahoots, right? Maybe we'll see. In the end, we're not tired. I want four. Right? When you're practicing multiple choice, remember you need about 10 years, right? 5 to 10 years. All right, let's see what you got. Turning point, I just writing it down here. Your turning point is minus HK. So it will be positive 3 minus 5, and your y-intercept is 0 to 31. That's okay? I join it here in blue, right? I don't want to rub it off, right? I join it here in blue. Not right now. I'm green. I join it here. Right? The reason I drew it there is because the y-intercept is 31. Positive 31. That's the reason why it's up there. And your turning point is positive 3 minus 5. That's okay? That is what it should look like. And the last part, write the axis of symmetry. What's the answer again, Nathan? Next, Nathan, Mohammed. What's the axis of symmetry again? X equals to? 3. Very good. X equals to 3. Right? Remember, the answer is always x equal to minus h. Let's go again. Right? So this is 3, 4, 5, I think. 5 marks or 6 marks. 6 marks. Right? This normally comes in number 8 part P. Right? Let's go again. Everybody okay there? Let's see if we can do the next one a little bit faster. Have one. All right, let's go again. All right, so here's the problem. What's number 2 there? No numbers, just words. This is May 2024. Remember. Take a little read. Take a little read and put it together. May 2024. Okay. Dois no answer, okay? Paper alone, eh? I tell you that's not right because it's only 2 marks, right? right? Please remember, in total, she only have 60 meters, right? When they ask on this question, right? Remember, it should be equal to anything, right? She have 60 meters of mesh. One of these seabeds is rectangular, the other is a square. The width of the rectangular is x, and the length is 3 times the width. So what does that mean? If the length is 3 times the width, the length is what? 3x. So as you read, put in those important things one time, right? The length of a side of a square is y, right? The length of a side of a square is y. Did they say expression there? But that should really be equation. It's not an expression. Right? So she only has 60 meters, so that's the total. And the 60 meters was made of what? What did she use the mesh for? To surround it, right? So you need a perimeter. That's the word I'm looking for. Perimeter. So it will be 2 by, well, it will be a 3x and a 3x. It will be an x and a x. Right? Right? And it will be what? 4y. So again, 60 is equal to 6, 7, 8, 8x plus 4y. Right? But they wanted to make y the subject, right? They want y in terms of x. Okay? So you're going to get 4y is equal to 60 minus 8x. Could we make it look nicer? Yeah, divide everything. We can divide everything by 4. So you'll get y is equal to 15 minus 2x. Okay with that? Right? They want y in terms of x. And this is an equation, it's not really an expression, right? Everybody okay with that? So again, as you go along, underline the important things, try and read it twice, underline the important things, and identify what you have to get. Sometimes they have area, sometimes they have perimeter, right? That was 2 marks, right? So now they're saying the area of the rectangular is equal to the area of the square. Use the information to get the quadratic and then solve it. Hurry up. Again, here's an example of, let's just say you don't get the quadratic. You should be able to solve it underneath. That's okay? Because they tell you what to solve, right? Solve x squared minus 60x is 225. Right? This is a very hard 2 marks. This is almost like an hard math question. You gotta work a little hard for the 2 marks. Right? But just take your time. They say the area of the rectangle equal to the area of the square. Take that information, create an equation. When you finish, solve it. Again, if you're working and I get trouble, just go down to part 2 and solve it, right? Okay. Your first line is area of rectangle equal to area of square. Right? And you read, write down the important stuff. Write the area of rectangle and write the area of square. And then try to make it look like that. Is there any y in part 1? Is there any y there? X squared minus 60x plus 225. Any what? Any y? So get a final answer, get rid of y, right? And all you put there in. Put the answer. And then remember you type into the rectangle, 3x by x and y by y, right? 3x by, it was 3x length and x as the width. I guess 6 somewhere, but at least you have the first part and you still get a mark for that. Right? Move on and solve it one time. Solve it. If you can't factorize it, use the formula. Right, so they said the area of the rectangular, which is 3x by x, is equal to the area of the square. Right, 3x by x, that's 3x squared. Y by y is really 15 minus 2x. So you'd recognize I'm replacing y, right? Because our final equation doesn't have any y in it. So I'm replacing the y, right? So you'll end up with 3x squared is equal to 225. 225 minus 30x minus 30x plus 4x squared. So 3x squared is equal to 225 minus 60x plus 4x squared, right? When you bring everything on the right side, you'll end up with positive x squared minus 60x plus 225 is equal to 0. Are you okay with that? Right, now use the quadratic and solve. Use the formula and solve it quick. And then they want the area of each one after. So when you get x, solve for y. right? And when you solve, what you all got? You didn't get whole numbers? No? No. Okay. How much you got? X is how much? Just round it off now. 56, and then next is what? 4. Right. The side problem is this, right? If you put 56 in here, y becomes negative. That's not all, yes?
My phone screen now again. We're still cool.
I don't know. Yes, no. I can't do nothing. I can't. So. Hello? Right. So remember, they wanted to find the area after. Right? They wanted to find the area after, right? So you have to take 4 and put it in here. You can't put 56 because y will be negative. So y is equal to 15 minus 8, which is 7. That's okay? Huh? Right? Remember, and you have to put x is 56 and x is 4 to find for y. But if you put 56, you'll get a negative value. Y can't be negative. Okay? And then find for area. All right, let's go again to number 8. Sketch the graph. What graph? Oh, write this down, please. G of x is equal to 5 minus x squared. G of x is equal to 5 minus x squared. Ignore the function. We're not doing that. Just write down the quadratic. Only the quadratic here. 5 minus x squared. G of x is 5 minus x squared. Right. Sketch it. Show the maximum and the roots. Show the max and the roots. Go ahead. So yeah, let's sketch that. Yeah, all they want is the indicate the max or the min point and the one zero. Does it look like a quadratic? Yeah, why? Because the highest power of x is. So my advice to you is whenever you get a question, put it in the form x squared, x, then the constant. Right? So it's minus x squared. What's the next value again? Plus 5. So A is how much? A is minus 1. P is how much? B is 0 and C is 5. And do the same thing again. Okay? That's all. Right? Right now we have to put in the form ax squared plus bx plus c. Write down what is A, write down what is B, write down what is C, and then use the formula. Sure. That's right now. What is E there? minus one. A is whatever and plus that x squared. B is what? B is 0. There's no x to the middle. And C is plus 5. Okay? It doesn't have no x to the middle and B is 0. Right? Okay, right. And with A, with B, and with C, and then you've got the same measures. Right. When they say roots, what I mean again? Right. X-intercept. Very good. So you had to solve it, right? You wouldn't get nice numbers, so drop it off. Right, you'll get root 5 and minus root 5. Yes, you could write minus 5. Yeah. And you can put it in the calculator, now you'll get it. You won't get it on the one. Right? What kind of quadratic is this? Maximum, right? So you know what shape it's supposed to look like. So go ahead, find it each, find it K. Oh yes, find each and think quickly. From the top, you can leave your answers root 5 minus root 5 if you want, right? You don't have to go all the way down. Right, so again, A is minus 1, so I know it's a maximum. B is 0 because there's no x term. What shot is it? Let me echo in there. And the C is 5. And C is 5, right? So I can easily find H. H is B on 2A. When I plug in B, I'll get 0. So I'm going to find H, right? And K is C minus AA squared. C is 5, A is minus 1, and H is 0. When you work it out, you're going to get K is equal to 5. That's okay? So your turning point is what? Your turning point is 0, 5. So I'm plotting that one time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, somewhere here, right? So your turning point is 0, 5. Right? And then go to your calculator. Sorry, not your calculator. So the wrong thing. Right? Solve minus x squared plus 5 is 0. You can use the formula or even easier. Minus x squared is minus 5. X squared is 5. X is the square root of 5. So you're writing plus root 5 minus root 5. Anything you want, right? It's up to you. Right? Root 5 is how much? 2 points something. Right. So you could plot 2 point whatever, or you can just write which value. Okay with that? So one thing I want to learn here is if they give you the quadratic, always write it in the form x squared, x, then constant. Okay? It always has to be in that form, put out A, B, and C, and then use the formulas. Right? That was 3 marks. Oh. Next one is the draw tangents. And then find gradient, right? I'm sure it after this. All right. Everybody okay with that? Right, so again, so we looked at simplifying, factorizing, solving, and we looked at the quadratic so far. Right, since all is fresh, let's go to functions one time. I still have more questions to do, but I want to just cover a little bit there. Right, next thing we have to be able to do properly, we have to be able to do functions properly, right? Functions basically map x to y values, all right? So if I give you a function x plus 1 and I give you x values, you can map all those x values to the corresponding y values by using x plus 1. That's okay? This diagram here is called a relation diagram. It shows you all the x and all the y's. Okay? And those lines show the mappings, right? But it's not lined up properly, but it shows you what 0 map to. In this diagram, 0 map to what? 1 map to what? 2 map to 3 map to. What do you call 0, 1 and 1, 2? What do you call those things? The ordered pairs, right? So we call all these values here images. So the image of 0 is 1, and 0, 1 is called the ordered pair. That's okay? How do I get the image? Real simple. The question here says that f of x is equal to x plus 1. So it tells you whatever we place here, whatever we place x with, I do it on the right hand side as well. For example, if I have x f of 0, I am going to replace this x here with 0. 0 plus 1 will give me 1. That's how I got these values here. Everybody okay with that? Everybody okay with that? Just suppose I ask this. Suppose I ask for f of 2x. What do? Right? Notice, look at what's in the bracket here. Inside the bracket here was x, right? Now I have 2x. So all I have to do is replace x with 2x. Are you okay with that? Yeah. If I said f of x plus 1, what you do? Replace the x with x plus 1. So I end up with x plus 1 plus 1, which is technically x plus 2. Right? What you technically have in front of you there in those two examples are composite functions. Functions of functions. So I put in 2x into function with them. Okay? Those are called composite functions, right? Right? So for example, here I gave you an example of composite function f of x, 2x minus 1, g of x, x plus 4. Right? If I ask for f of g of x, all is simply, look at what I did. F of g of x, I put a bracket around g of x, and whatever g of x is, I'm going to write it in. G of x is x plus 4. So all this statement telling me here is that I am going to replace x with x plus 4 in f of x. So f of x is this. So I'm going to take off the x and write x plus 4. So I've got x plus 2 on 1. Sorry, minus 1. That's okay? You know what I mean? right? Those are composite functions, right? If I gave you a g of f of x, it do the same thing. Replace the f of x and put it in g of x. All right. What does f squared mean? F squared does not mean you're squaring the f, right? F squared means f of f of x. That's okay? F going inside f. Are you okay with that? Yeah. And last thing, how do we go in reverse? How do we go from the images back to the original domain? Right? By the inputs, right? Please remember, all the images are called the what? Called the range, right? All the images are called the range, right? What are the steps? You have 4 steps. You have 4 steps, right? Let y equal to f of x, interchange x and y, solve for y. That's okay? Right? And when you solve for y is the inverse. Here's a nice small example, right? Look at all these steps here, please. Right? I know you're all in the habit of not writing the words. Now you have to write them for exam, right? Don't magically do something and don't show them where it came from. There's f of x. Let y equal to it. Interchange the x and the y, and then make y the subject of the formula. Once you reach here, you are done. That is the inverse. That's okay? Right? Right, and then you have the coordinate geometry rules. Let's do 2 functions first. Right? Let's do 2 hard functions. Sorry, 1 easy and 1 hard. Right? 1 easy, 1 hard. Slice and I'm equal. I'm going back to the same here. I think it had a hard one. Oh, it's sorry. Let's do a slide. Right, so here might be an example of something you might finish in under a minute, right? Here might save some time. Hopefully. Whatever it come button push out, right? Huh? Yeah, what happened? Well, alright, Jan 2024 again. Try that fast. Easy marks, right? Write it down fast. Write down f of x and h of x. Go ahead. Find it 2 things out. Back it forward. Small. Very powerful. Right? You're done first. Sorry, you have a next part. F of h of minus 2. F of h of minus 2. F of h of minus 2. F of h. So find f of h first. Or you can find h of minus, whatever you want. You can find h of minus 2 too. So it's totally up to you. And then F inverse do to finish, F inverse after. F inverse after. I'll do all this now, right? F inverse after. On there, there you have. We have no 2 hours anymore. We had till 5 o'clock.
That's like,
F inverse. I want more part up. There again. After the inverse, you have to fit to that. F of F is that determining NB. Just find F of F. Right over. Yeah. F of X is A plus BX. Do overthinking. All you have to do is to get that. F of X. F going in there. 3 marks for that one. Oh yeah, find F of X. And I show you an example in the summary, right? F going in there. Can you copy the whole thing, mate?
well, I try to understand
Why try down the class?
things, lots.
Which one I can do?
Right here, boom, Jerry. Then you get.
What was F of X again?
Return.
And H of X was.
Right here.
I can't do this now. Alright, now here. Right? What's the first thing?
About what?
F of 4, right? So just plugging in 4 here. 2 minus 5 by 4, 2 minus 20 is minus 18. Next one, h of 0. So you're using this function here, 5 to the 0 is 1. Next one is what?
And probably
F?
it's of minus.
Right. So you have different options, right? What you could do is you could find f of h of x and then look at and then plug in minus 2, or find h of minus 2. Right? H of minus 2 is put in minus 2 in there. Right? Go to the calculator and you will see that. And I show you this rule already, right? 5 to the minus 2 is 1 over 5 squared, which is 25. So technically, f of h of minus 2 is the same as f of 1 on 25. So come back here. 2 minus 5 by 1 on 25 is 2 minus 1/5. Right? 2 minus 1/5 is, you could write 1.8 or you could write as a fraction, it don't matter. Now one. Well, I didn't get that? Well, you get that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Next one is what?
Inverse of
Inverse of f of x. So step number 1, let y equal to f of x. Step number 2, interchange x and y, so switch them around. X is equal to 2 minus 5y, and then you want to solve for y. So taking minus 5y, bring it on this side, it becomes positive. Take positive x, carry it on the next side, it becomes negative. Right? So I'll carry across the minus 5y, carry across the x. And then divide both sides by 5. Y is 2 minus x on 5.
Yeah.
Right? This is your f inverse x. That's okay? Yeah? And last is what? Last is f of x. Right? Last is f of x. Put a bracket here. So that tells me that I have to replace f of x. I have to replace f of x with 2 minus 5x. And I'm going to take 2 minus 5x and put it into f. So that'll be 2 minus 5. And I'm going to substitute this. I'll be left with 2 minus 5 by 2. Minus 5 by minus 25 by 5. Minus 5 by minus 5 is plus 25. So I got minus 8 plus 25x. Right? So it means that A is what? And B is 25. Right? This is f of x. See some of you are right too. You can understand this? Follow now? Right? F of f means just put a bracket around the f of x. And then work it out, right? Suppose they said solve for x. I just asked them, right? Suppose they said solve for x if f of x is equal to, I'm just making up something. Let's say 5. What you will do? Suppose they say f of x is equal to 5, solve for x.
Find it.
Hmm?
Find it.
F of x? But it's very long. What you could also do is to take f of x, which is this, and make it equal to 5. And then solve for it. Okay? Well, technically, yeah, solve it for x. All right. Let's try another one. That's 9 marks, right?
Yeah.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Capture? No, great. Sorry about that. How long the exam is again? 2 hours and 40 minutes. You could consider a break. Huh? 2 hours and 40 minutes, we can consider a small break. Yeah, you can go to the bathroom.
Nothing but secret big.
Can't be heavy.
Or something really.
Huh? They have. You start. And the case one. But yeah, just when I was June, all right. Sorry, let me Jan. Yeah. Okay, yes, please. Kapila. There's the next year. I think it might take labor, but. We, but next time, 2 hours. Next one. Done. Next one. Yes. Again, next one, I think that's it. Just those two are gonna do it, that's not right. Right, let's see what we got. So first one shall be 3 by x minus 2 plus 1. 3x minus 6 plus 1. So I got 3x minus 5.
Yeah.
Right. Next one, g of x is x squared, right? G of x is x squared. So that will simply be, right? That will simply be 3x plus 2 all squared plus 10. So that will be 9x squared. Remember, we have to expand it out properly, yeah? 9x squared plus 12x plus 4 plus 10. Right? Yeah, you got a quadratic. 9x squared plus 12x plus 40. Anybody get up? Full thing? Yeah? Right, let's go again. Right, this is June 2023. Copy down the three functions. We almost there, we do 2 hours. Almost there. We do some coordinates of the 10 and I'll give you out. All the way, then I'll give you a little. Other one will launch up, other one launch on the first week. Yeah. Oh yeah. Write down f of x, write down g of x, write down h of x, right? F of x undefined, I told you when this will happen already. At the beginning, at the beginning. F of x undefined. What value of x will make it undefined, right? I'm going down a little bit. G of a quarter. Part 2 is g of a quarter. H of minus 3. H of minus 3. Huh? F of 0. F of 0. That's f of 0. I think it have one more part after that. F of 0, right? That's part C. Nine. Go and get food or order food. But go take a break now. Alright, next one. You still have two more parts, right? Find g of each of x. Simplest form, right? G of each. Simplest form, G of each. G of each, and the last part is the inverse of this. Last part is G inverse minus 2. Last part is G inverse minus 2. Total. Ready? So the first one. First was what? For it to be undefined, right? So if I give you something and it's undefined, what that means is that your denominator is 0. So x plus 2 is 0, so x is minus 2. So this x value will make this undefined. Part 2 is what? G of a quarter. So I'm using this function. Notice you have to pay attention to the letters, right? So it's 4 by a quarter minus 5. So that's 1 minus 5 minus 4. Next was what? H of what? Minus 3. So you come to this one here. Minus 3 squared plus 1. 9 plus 1 is 10. That's okay? Yeah. 1, 2, 3 now. What do you ask for after? F of? F of 0.
Yes.
Right. So the easiest thing to do is to find f of 0. Right? Put the bracket around f of 0, find f of 0. F of 0 is putting 0 in here. So that'll be 3 over 0 plus 2. So it's f of 3 on 2. Then take 3 on 2 and put it back in here. 3 over 3 on 2 plus 2. Right? Let's drop it in the calculator. 6 over 7. Right? 6 on 7. Next was what? G of h. Yeah, g of h of x. So again, where the bracket going? The bracket going around the h of x. Right? So h of x was x squared plus 1. Plug in x squared plus 1 in g of x. So I'm going to put 4 by x squared plus 1 because I'm removing the x and I'm putting this minus 5. So that's 4x squared plus 4 minus 5. That's 4x squared minus 1. That's okay? Last one is what? The next one. G inverse of minus 2.
Yeah.
Right? So you have to find G inverse. Will it finish all this?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'll give you a minute. And I'll bring in somebody on the board. Yeah, well, now I have to come on. Right? Oh yeah, G inverse minus 2 quickly. Someone was working with better on my spot for the 4. So I need to yeah. Oh yeah, this last one out. I got find G and quickly. I give you a minute. Find G and quickly. Find G and plus and then plug in minus. Right, so please write in your words, right? Let y equal to g of x. So it means that y is 4x minus 5. Interchange x and y. X is 4y minus 5. And then last part, solve 4y. So you'll get 4y minus 5 is x. Carry across the minus 5. You get plus 5. Divide both sides by 4. You get x plus 5 divided by 4. So this is your G inverse. Right? If all of your signs are different, that's what somebody had that. If you have minus x, minus 5, and minus 4, same thing. Right? And then they want you to get G inverse minus 2. So plug in minus 2 here. Minus 2 plus 5 on 4. Which is 3 on 4. That's okay? All right. No break. But they had to fight it for 2 hours and 40 minutes. But they had to get you quick. And then I'll give you a break. Oh, wait. Got it. Pass through what? Pass through. Right, I'll give all that 2 minute break there, right? So. 2 minutes. Alright, just one thing and then we should reach close to the 2 hours and 40 minutes, right? Right, so that's it functions. Right, it can come just like what you see in there, right? Next thing I want to look at a short topic, let's look at coordinate geometry. You got to remember the thing you need to know about coordinate geometry. Right? The first thing that we need to remember is the distance between 2 points. Right? Distance between 2 points. That's the formula there. Right? You must label it x1, y1, x2, y2, and so on, right? Make sure you label it properly. Then to find midpoint, add up the x values, divide by 2, add up the y values, divide by 2. That's okay? If they ask for midpoint. Gradients, nice easy formula. Hopefully you know that, right? Right, but remember, whenever you have 2 parallel lines, their gradients are at the same. But when they're perpendicular, their product is -1. So let's just say I gave you a gradient. Let's just say I gave you a gradient of 5. What would be the gradient of a line parallel to that? 5, right? What would be the gradient of something perpendicular to that? -1 on 5. What you do again? Just flip over the value and find. Okay? So the gradient of 5 on 1 is -1 on 5. Okay with that? Yeah. So remember, you flip the value and you change the sign. Just try one more. If the gradient is -2/3, what will be the gradient of the perpendicular lines? -2/3. Flip it over and change the sign, right? So it becomes positive 300. Last thing. The equation of a line is always what? Y is equal to mx plus c. Suppose you have 3y is equal to 9x minus 12. What's the gradient of that line? No, not 9. What you have to do? Divide by 3 first. It must be in the form 1y is equal to mx plus c. So divide by 3 and you'll get y is 3x minus 4. Now the gradient is 3. And the perpendicular line is what? -1, right? Nice. How do you find the equation of a line? You need a point on the line and you need the gradient. So find the gradient, point on the line, and then find C. That's okay? Once you have C, plug it in the formula. Everybody okay with that? Please remember, whenever you solve 2 points simultaneously, you are finding the points where they intersect. That's okay? I don't know what happened. Which one? You went out. Go ahead, close. Look through the hole. Everybody okay with that? Okay with that? Alright, let's go again. Last thing, last two questions, and then I'll give you a quick, right? Right, so let's see in this, right? But you're saying that till June 2024. Come Nathan, next Nathan. Huh? Molecular on now idea that you can get right. Oh yeah, right on the point. Right on the point minus 3/10. Right on the point for R, 4 minus 4. Calculate the length and so on. Right, use the length of the line formula.
Oh, sí, no, compadre.
Length of the line formula, right? Right, after length of the line, I think they want the equation of the line, right? After length of the line, find equation. Oh yeah, go back. If you had to go back to the summary, you know the little things that you have to learn, right? After length of the line, write the equation of the line. Max, let us find out if we write the value, also write. You will never say any solution. You could write it, two certificate figure. Right, after you find the equation of the line, what I said? What I said? Let's see what we got, right? So to get the length of the line, that's the square root of x2 minus x1 squared plus y2 minus y1 squared. So that is square root of I am using this as x2, y2, this as x1, y1. Right? So that will be 4 minus 3 squared minus 4 minus 10 squared. So I got the square root of 7 squared plus 14 squared. How much is that?
When I get this, you will take time. Yeah, I get.
Right, 15.7, right? Remember, right here, it's 3 significant figures, right? Right, here's 15.7. Right, and then they want the equation of the line. So step number 1, give them the gradient. Step number 1, give them the gradient. Okay, all right. Right, what you all got the gradient? -2? +2? Oh. And C is equal to 10 minus 3 by x. By the gradient is what? -2. I got 4. Yeah? C is 4. So therefore the final equation is y is equal to -2x plus 4. All okay with that? Yeah?
Yes.
One more before we stop? Well, that is. One more, yeah, you paper already? Alright. Your stuff there, right? Your stuff there. Right? Not stuff again. When you have break, you have right. This was the lunch break or the one time. Who are they gonna get food? What the food or anything? It'll take a little while to come, right?
Yeah.
They go in 20 minutes. 30? Alright, 30 minutes, right? Yeah, my next 30 minutes. Y'all can choose when you want it, right? Alright, take a look quick. Alright, online we start back in 30 minutes. That will be 12:10, right? I sense all your still hungry. I think we have. Yeah. Right, I'm ready to start back, right? Alright, you start back. But playing games though?
Yes.
Well, take it off. Right, so we just completed functions, we completed quadratics, we completed that. The next thing I want to look at is a little bit of inequalities, right? Right, linear programming doesn't really come too much in paper 2, it more comes in paper 3. All right, but I want to take a look at, yeah. Again, look at it, timetable, yeah, paper 1, 2, 1, 3. Look at it. All right, let's take a look at how to solve inequalities, right? Before we do that, just look over this. You all remember this?
Yeah.
Yeah, less than, greater than, at most, at least. So it's important that you can take the words and write the right symbol. So if I say x is at most 20, what are you going to write? X is at most 20. X is what is sign? Less than or equal to 20. So if I say if I said y is at least 5, what you'll write? More than or equal to 5. How you show less than or equal to on a number line? Less than or equal to on a number line. Circle with a solid circle, right? Shaded circle going to the left. How you show more than or equal to? Now I'm not sure. Me to finish up the game. How you show more than or equal to? Circle going to the right. Okay. But time for the hard question. How you will show it on the graph? How do you draw x is equal to 20? How do you draw the line x is equal to 20? Vertical line. Right? You draw a vertical line, x is equal to 20. When they say less than, where would you shade? To the left, to the right? To the left. Right? Suppose I said y is more than 5 now. What does the line y is equal to 5 look like? Horizontal line. And if I say more than, the shading above. Right? Always remember, above the line, oh, it's not German. Always remember, above the line, more than, below the line, less than. That's okay? So whenever you have a line and the shade more than, above. Less than is below, all the time. Okay? Before we look at linear programming, I want you to remember something, right? Whenever you solve inequalities, you solve them just like normal equations. But whenever you change the sign, whenever you divide or multiply by a negative. Okay? So here you have 4 golden rules that you have to remember with inequality. Right? As I told you before, if you learn the summaries, you learn that that's everything that you need to know. Okay? But you have to learn it, right? All right, so again, solve inequalities, we solve them just like equations, but when you divide or multiply by a negative, sign must change. For example, if I give you something like this, if I give you 2x minus 5 is less than 4x plus 3. Right? How are you going to solve this here? What's the first thing you will do, Jeremy? Bring all the bring it like this together, right? So bring all the x's together. Right? So carry across 4x, it becomes minus 4x. Carry across minus 5, it becomes plus 5. So we have minus 2x is less than 8. What are you gonna do now? Anya, what are you gonna do now? Right? So tell me what to do. And divide by minus 2. Right? So you divide both by minus 2, change the sign, you'll get minus. That's okay? Remember the sign must change. Sorry, sign must change. How you represent more than? More than is what? And there we are. More than is what? Right? A hollow circle going right. That's okay? Alright. So one more I want to show you. How you will solve something like this. 2 is less than x plus 3 is less than 5. How you solve something like this? Hey. Next later. How you solve something like that? 2 is less than x plus 3 is less than 5. Thanks. What you have to do? Suppose it was x plus 3 is less than 5. What you will do? Right, so you move the plus 3, right? Whenever you have two inequality signs, wherever you do on the right, you do on the left. Right? So if I minus 3 here, you go down minus 3 here. That's it. Okay, so you'll get minus 1 is less than x is less than 1. That's okay. Just as a quick practice, do this manner. Remember, wherever you do on the right, you do the left. Try this beautiful. Try that. Wherever you do on the left, you do on the right. 4 is less than 2x minus 2 is less than 5. Well, 0 to 100 one time. 0 to 100 one time. Alright. Pass up new people. I won't go to 100. Right? Try that implement set. 4 is less than 2x minus 2. No. Okay. I will get the Huh? Send them request for-
I work at the minus, when I did.
Right? So what's the first thing you get rid of here? Minus 2, right? So you'll add 2. So you will add 2 on all the sides. Papa. So you will add 2 on both sides. Add 2, add 2, add 2. So you'll get 6 is less than 2x is less than 7. Then what? Divide everything by 2. Suppose it was negative 2. What would happen? Change all the signs, right? All the signs. Right? 3.5. All right. Now you can leave it as 7. And more you can also do if you're good, right? All right, next one. All right, the problem now is all of it, not the food. No break time. All right, linear programming is not something that I saw in recent years, right? So I just want to look at a couple examples. You may have done them already, right? Right, I wanted to have it in paper 3. Hold on, then I'll go and find some.
So we have 10 minutes, they don't have.
No time. Huh? Yeah, we linear programming. The questions where you just take it the. Alright, so watch this one here. Sometimes more, well, if you see it in paper two, they would give you a diagram, right? Oh wait. Hold on. Didn't share? Yeah, linear programming, right? We just gonna do a couple of examples and I'll just put one in a paper and figure out. Right, so watch this here. Sometimes they will give you a graph to start off with, right? Then look at this graph. Remember when you're drawing these graphs, you only have the x and the y, right? Just put track in the gate, come on. Yeah. Track in the gate.
Yeah.
Or look at it and do all the work, right? Yeah. Right, so watch here. If you look at the graph here, right? They gave you all the lines. But the first question said to figure out the inequalities. So what you say? If you look at x equals to 2, where is shaded to the right of x equals to 2 or to the left?
To the right.
You're saying that? What's good, eh? This is the shaded region here. That's the region that they all three have in common. Alright? So if you look closely to the right, it's shaded. So it means that this inequality here is x is more than or equal to 2. Are you okay with that? Are you okay with that? Yeah? Well, what about this one here? Where is shaded? Below or above the line? Below the line is shaded, right? So therefore the inequality is what? Less than. Look at this one. Where is it shaded? Above the line and below the line. So it's what? Y is more than or equal to. Alright, so sometimes that's what will happen. They will give you an inequality. They will give you a diagram and you are the shade or you are to come up with an inequality. Right. What does that shaded region represent again? The shaded region represents where all three inequalities are satisfied. Right? So whenever you figure out that shaded region, you normally need the vertices of that region. Right? So whenever they ask for the points that satisfy the inequality, you have 1, 2, and 3. That's okay, and then you plug in the guys and work it out. Work out wherever else they need, right? So let's see if we can do one and we'll do it on this graph. Right, do my favor. I will plot the graph, right? I will plot the graph. Do my favor, take a read there. Take a little read and write down the first two inequalities, part 1 and 2. Yeah, we can correct it, but let's try it back.
Say one.
Try that there. But yeah.
Chicken fried.
Chicken, right?
Yeah. Say one, no, right? Yeah, you can say that.
Oh yeah. Book on it first, did
They take my friends.
Right? So I want you to do part 1 and 2 and find the inequality. Here.
I mean, it's like, we do it like 2 days, so we do it like last month.
I don't think what. I do this about that quick. hurry up, write down the inequalities. X is what? X is oranges and Y is mangoes, right?
Yeah, basically, for example,
Alright, so what do we do here? So again, you have to be able to set up the inequalities. I'm not showing you now, and then we'll show them, right? So, they said, the bag only has space for only 6 fruits, right? So what that means that when you add up oranges and mangoes, it cannot be more than 6. Okay? X plus Y is less than or equal to 6. Now she said at least 2 mangoes. So mangoes is Y, so it's more than or equal to 2. That's okay? Question also said to put this in words. So that will simply means mangoes is no more than twice the number of oranges. That's okay? Good. Mangoes is Y, 2x is twice oranges, and then less than or equal to is no more than. Right? No more than 2 no more than twice the amount of oranges. That's okay? Oh, so Y is mangoes, X is oranges. So the number of mangoes is no more than twice the number of oranges. Right? That's less than or equal to is no more than. Now you have to draw all 3 on the graph. I will do it for you. The graph here already, right? Right. It was y is less than or equal to 2x. It was y is less than or equal to 2x, right? So where do I shape? They gave me the line. Where do I shape? Where do I shade? Above or below the line? Below, right? So I'm shading up in arrows and I will shade the common region after, right? Next, y is more than or equal to 2. So I have to draw the line first, right? Where is y is 2? A horizontal line, right? Where do I shade? Above the line or below the line? Above the line because it's more than. You all see the common region so far? Next, x plus y is 6. Right. How do I draw x plus y is 6? Very simple. Plug in x is 0. What do you get for y? 6, right? Plug in here for you. Plug in y is 0. What do you get for x? 6 again, right? So you get it down here. Right? So you plot in 0, 6 and 6, 0. You draw your line. Where do you shade? Above the line and below the line? It's less than. So you're shading below the line. You all see the common region? Yeah?
Yeah.
There's a common region here, right? Everybody okay with that? And then you read off the vertical. Right? So that's basically how you do a linear program question. You get the inequalities, you draw them, shade the region, and then read off the vertices. So you're reading off 1, 2, 3 points. Okay with that? Sometimes they'll give you an equation, you just plug in those 3 points and then answer what they ask you. Okay? Right? The good thing with this is that they'll give you a scale, so you don't have to worry too much, right? They'll give you a scale that plugs. How do you draw a line? To draw a line, you need 2 points. Right? You need 2 points on the line. Okay? Plug in x is 0, find for y. Plug in y is 0, solve for x. Okay? All right. So that's technically what your linear programming will look like, right? I will check your paper 3 tomorrow. We'll see if it is. All right. Let's change again.
Break that.
For break time, or no done either. Right. So we did linear programming. The next thing, not construction, not transformation. I want to deal with angles. Right? I want to deal with angles. Before I do circle theorem, I want to take a look at these rules here. Right? Some of you remember this, right? A straight line. If I give you a straight line, how much angles on what is total degrees on a straight line? So if I split the line like this, what can you tell me about x and y? Add up to 180. Yeah? Anybody can tell me how much is here? That's it. Right? And here's y. If I add up all of them, I should get 360. Correct? Now if I give you 2 parallel lines subtended by a chord. So if I give you 2 parallel lines subtended by a chord, right? If here is x, where is x again? Bottom here, which rule is that? E? That's like the alternate rule, right? Right? The zero, right? That is 0. 2 parallel lines subtended by a chord, x and x equal. Right? How much is here? In fact, let's remember. If here is 40 degrees, how much is down here? 40. How much is next to 40? 140. How much is here? 140. How much is here? How much is here? 140. I hope you all see it in the rule as well, right? Those two equal. That's okay. And if here's 140, here's 140, and here's 40. Are you okay with that? So sometimes they give you angle rules like that. Right, where they give you parallel lines and you have to remember these are rules, right? Let's remember this rule. Parallel lines subtended by a chord, alternate angles equal. That's okay? Can you hurry up? Okay there? Elijah? All right. Next is the one that we have to just learn out, right? We gotta learn circle theorem. Right? We have to learn all these circle theorem rules. You gotta be able to identify it and you have to be able to write the reason. All right. Again, remember I told you this is difficult if you don't know the rules. If you're going to a question and you don't know the rules, it will be difficult. All right. All right. Let's take a look at it. Let's take a look at the first four. Right? The first, if you look at the first rule, the second rule, and the fourth rule, those rules are rules that are easy for you to see. Right? Once you see a diameter, clearly, watch up here, right? If you have a diameter and the diameter forming a triangle, the angle of the circumference is 90. That's okay, Jeremy? So the first thing you're looking for in any question, you're looking for center. If you have a center, right, and then you have a diameter going through a line going through the center, that diameter, right, and the angle it forms is 90 at the circumference. Right, next one, which is the same as rule 1. How much is here? 180. How much is here? 90. So angle at the center is twice the angle at the circumference. That's exactly what the second rule is. So the first and second rule, they are the same thing. Okay? If you see that shape, angle at the center is twice the angle at the circumference. You see now there? If you see that a retail looking shape, right? Angle at the center is twice the angle at the circumference. That's okay? And the rule number 4, this one here, right? This one here, that's a cyclic quadrilateral. So if you're quadrilateral touching all 4 sides of a circle, right? A cyclic quadrilateral and the opposite angles sum to 180. Here and here, sum to 180. Here and here, sum to 180. That's okay? So those are 3 rules that you should remember. And next rule that easy to remember is this. I'll come back to these 2 hard ones after, right? And next rule that easy to remember is this. When you have a radius and a tangent, the angle between them is always 90. Okay? Now for the 2 hard rules. This rule here, you'll recognize that that rule is not passing through the center. You'll realize that? It's not passing through the center. So here's how the rule basically works, right? I'll draw it back for you. You have a circle, center. You have one chord. That one chord forming 2 triangles. See that? One chord forming 2 triangles. The angle at the circumference equal. That's okay? Once you can find that one chord that forming 2 triangles, the angle at the circumference equal. Okay? Example in everything you want. No? Sorry? Right? And the hardest of them all, this one here. This is the rule that we do always see, the alternate segment. You have a triangle, and at one of the points, there are tangents. What you will, if you identify it, the alternate angles equal. Here, equal to here. It's it's not really a Z, but it's kinda like a funny looking Z. Watch that in. Right? Here and here equal, here and here equal. In fact, I'm gonna call this, right? But if you have a triangle meeting at a tangent, this angle and this angle equal, here and here equal. Right? If I put a tangent here, this angle will be equal to this angle will be equal to this angle. Are you okay with that? So again, it's up to you to learn the rules, but once you learn the rules, these angles and circle questions will be much easier. Okay? Because you'll be able to pick them out. Right? But some of the easy ones, some of the easy rules to remember are these, right? Right, some of the easy rules to remember are 1, 2, because they are the same thing, 3, 4, and then 5 and 6. Right, there's one more rule underneath here that you might need. Whenever you have one chord, and that chord has 2 tangents forming a triangle, the triangle is isosceles. That's okay? Right, so if you have 2 tangents to one chord, the triangle they form is isosceles. What's the rule for isosceles again? The angles here equal, right? Yeah. All right. So let's go take a look at angles. Some questions on angles. Right, normally I'll ask to draw it. If you don't want to draw it, it's all right. Just write the angle and write the answer. Right? Write the reasoning as well. Even if you don't know it, go back to the summary and write down the reason it has there. Okay, but you have to do it in 2 days, right? Let's start. Right, let us go back with 2024. One here. Finance. 2 marks. You get 2 marks on it. Well, it probably good, but all right. Right, LRT is isosceles, right? Finance. LRT is isosceles. Find the angle X. Oh yeah. We'll just write it. Then tell them how you got it, right? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You ready? Show you looking right how you get right because they'll give you a marks to read. Ready? Right, remember it's the whole QLT. QLT is the same as X, huh? So you need to get QLT. So my advice to you is check and see what is 20 and then see how you find the remaining. Something there is 20. And then find the remaining. Right, but you have to show all this in working area, right? So underneath, you're going to tell them QLT is so and so on, right? Where is 28? Call it out for mine. Q, but you can't say by L, because L is the whole thing. QL, R, or RLQ here. So here is 28. So you need here now, right? How are you getting that? So it will be 180 minus divided by what you get? So X will be equal to 76. Everything you write here, you write in your answer sheet. Okay? 76 plus 20. How much is that? 104?
Yeah.
104. 2 marks, right? So if you know your rules here, you might recognize some 2 marks easier to get than other 2 marks, right? Your objective is to make sure you get all these here. Everybody okay with that? Let's go again. Everybody okay with that, right? You all see why it's not 76 alone, right? Let's go again. Oh, I'll go all the way. 6, 7. Right, if you want to enjoy it, you can go right ahead, right? They wanted to. Alright. Find A, B, C, D, find all from them. Yeah, it's find all.
No problem.
Oh yeah, find all. Find A, B, C, D, E. Right, again, look for all the shapes that you know, right? Right? Any line pass to the center is O. See that? So you should be able to see something, right? So go ahead. Look for all these shapes. Look for tangent meeting radius. Look for the arete symbol. Look for the 1 chord 2 triangle. Yeah. Alright, give me a minute, right?
It's
5 minutes. That's 5 minutes.
right that close. Yeah.
Right. Ready to go? No? Right? By looking at the diagram, the other time be easy. Be easy, huh?
Yeah.
But you also find E really easy too.
Yeah.
Triangle with a tangent. Yeah? So E is also what? E is 62 as well. Right? Well, you have to write the reason, and then you can't just write the answer. Okay? You have to write the reason. So E looking like the triangle and tangent. For those who are not seeing it, right? Watch this. Triangle is here. Tangent is here. Right? So here and here is what? That's not beautiful. I'm just showing you one of them. Right? So we can identify that A is 62. Right? So 1, 2, or 2 triangles, we'll say B is also 62. Right? A is 62 and B is 62. Go ahead. See what you can get again. You might be able to get C and B and so on. Huh? Look at C, right? Normally when they label it, they'll give you the identity. Just give you an option to get in that order. Right? Look at C. Look at the shape C belongs to. Anybody see that? What shape belongs to? C? No, but the shape that will help you find C. The 18, right? They are 18. Right? Angle at the center is twice the angle at the circumference. Right? Huh? Right? So C is right. The angle here is twice the angle at the circumference here. Okay, so it will be 62 multiplied by 2, which is 120. Everybody okay with that? So we get A, B, C. Now D should be easy, right? Because the triangle there is a what? This triangle is isosceles. You're seeing that? That triangle is isosceles. So that's 124. So that's 180 minus 124 divided by 2. What is that? 28. Six. 28. So D is 28. How much more we have? E. What do you get for E? Add the 28 to D. I mean down here.
Right. I think that's from 180.
From 180. Here's 18 as well, yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah. See how you gotta work out all of that. Right? So you have to take 180 and minus off 62, minus off 18 and 28, and minus off 8.
Yeah.
What you get? How much is that? That. 54. Right? So once they recognize that normally when they label it, that's the order you should follow. Go for A first, then go for B, then C, then however they label it. If they tell it to find, if they tell it to find Z, B, U first, go after that first. Right? Normally to follow that order it become easier. Okay? And again, we can't do this question without writing the reasoning. Okay? Let's go again now. Well, jam, right?
Those, you know, great.
Boy, you know, get break, boy. I think one next 2 hours on. We have break. I wanted to zoom in to the, I wanted to zoom in to the shape, just write down what you have to find now. You have to find TUL, TUL, LMN. Actually, all the lucky here, they don't want the reason, is want the answer. LMN, PLU, PLU, MLK, MLK, TNM, TNM, TNM. So the one KNM, MLK, PLO, LMN. And KOL. Alright, go ahead, find them all. Find them all. Only the first one you have to write a reason for, right? All the others just work it out. Go ahead, pass the one. I find them all, right? Only the first one you have to write a reason for. Right, so look for tangent within a radius. Right, look for triangle, look for cyclic quadrilateral. Look for all of those, right? We can remember the rules look back. What's the first one again? No, no. What's the angle? K O L. Where's L? Up here. K O L, right? Okay. So the first one is K O L. Hello, work it out already? It's not 90. Call it 90. Alright, so let's see what you got for KOL, right? Right, the first thing you should recognize that OKY, right? It's 90. Correct? Right? So if you have 12 and 40, then the missing piece here is what? 30. Right? Because it has to sum to 90, right? So 12 plus 30 is 42. So here's also what? 42. You have to show them all this working, right? So in the working, you're going to tell them that OKY is 90. So it means that MKL is 30. You have to show them all the working. And then here will be 180 minus 42, well, minus 4. If you want to write it like that. How much you got there? 96. 96. Everybody okay with that? You have to show them all the working, right? Right now, I'll pick on some people now. What's the next one? You don't have to give the reason, right? L, right. L M N. You can even make it figure out the pieces in between. Right. So what LMN? How are you doing that? What shape is that? Why and click on next scenario. What's the name? I'll see you. All right. I'll see. Help out now. What shape does here? What shape does LMN belong to? A cycle. Put it after all. Nice. So to figure out here, we need all of here. Yeah? How much is all of there? 12, 30. How much is the piece that's missing? Remember here's 90 as well, right? 56 minus 90, right? Which is 34. Right? So that entire angle down there is 34, 12, and 30. Right? So that's 60, 76. So the angle on top here is 104. 104. Next one is what? KLO. Anya. KLO. Wait, that's already. KLO is how much? 40. KLO is 42. We found it already. What's the next one? MLK. MLK. Jeremy. MLK. Oh. MLK is all of this, right? So you gotta get up that piece there, right? Take your time. a little tricky, you gotta kind of, see. Don't focus on KLM, focus on KNM. Or you could do it that way as well, ever. What do you think? What's the last one out there? Huh? KNM. Oh, okay. And the second level MLK. But you can help me. MLK. MLK. Okay, MLK. Let's erase this a little bit, right? What is MLK? Anybody see it? I'll give you a hint. Look for one chord that's forming two tracks. Oh wait, now that would don't worry, stop that. And I'll see where we are them and now. MLK. Here's the easier thing is to find KNM. You'll see KNM. Look for the triangle and tangents. Focus on the triangle here. Focus on the triangle here.
Yeah, I see that too.
And look at the tangent.
What's it on? You think it? Say again.
So how much is here? How much is there? 78, right? So how much is here?
That's all 70%. I'm going to your X.
Yeah.
And they gotta just find
And then you cannot find the inside here. But you'll see my both of them are 78. Yeah? So if we figure out here 78, then can we easily figure out MLK? MLK belongs to the cyclic quadrilateral, right? So it will be 180 minus 78, which is 102. Right? They have different techniques. But what you have to learn to do is just see what you can figure out, right? Based on the rules that you know. So to me, it was easier for me to find K and M and then go backwards and find MLK. Right? But there are different things that you can do to find MLK. You could find KML, right? And then you could find MLK. Okay, so you have all the different rules that I could apply. Okay, that? But again, this will be stay difficult if you don't want to do it. That's pretty one more. Because you're always gonna see this, right? Let's squeeze in one more, right? Find X and Y. Oh wait, this one really easy. Use the appropriate theorems to find Z. Real fast. Okay, can I have somebody who knew here? Find Z. Right? Few theorems that you can use to show that Z is how much? 45, right? So you know what the answer is. What the rule, what are the three theorems? That's not pick somebody, pick somebody. Because that, very. Isn't it? Leonardo. Correct. Leonardo. Our son of when I get up 45. Take it time. So here is this. There's John 2022. Wait, so somebody sent a message here to I'll see in the two. Yeah. 3 reasons why X is why Z is 45. No, that's it. Yeah, that's it. 3 reasons, 3 theorems that I would use. Oh yeah. Yeah, but yeah, number. First thing you use is what? Triangles up to 180. Okay, all right. Right, okay, all right. Okay. Right, but I think leave out the first rule leave out is a triangle and a semicircle is 9. Right, I think leave out that one.
Yeah.
And then the triangle is isosceles, so here's 45, and then tangent beats up radius at 90. So C is 90 minus 45, which is 40. Huh? The first reason is the angle in a semicircle is 90. So X is 90. And then the next is down there is 45 because the triangle is isosceles, and last is tangent beats a radius. Find X and Y, yeah.
So
Yeah, but you explain why X is 90. Yeah. Find X and Y. Find X and Y. We are breaking our 2 hours. Next one, 2 o'clock. Let's fight it till 2 o'clock. And you'll get at 50. Write it down, what's your reason, X and Y, Nathan, right? No, next Nathan. Find X and Y. Notice where the center is, right? Find X and Y and finish this topic. Oh yeah. Find X and Y and write down the reason.
What?
Right, what is X and what is Y? X should be easy. And then you gotta get one more thing before you find Y. Write the ruler. Write the reason. X and then Y. And then Y. Not, I don't know.
I don't know, but I think that way.
Right, so
Opposite.
X is what? X is 56,
Yes.
right?
Then I'm the thing.
Same chord, right? Two triangles, all the angles are equal, right?
Opposite, I'm the thing.
That's not.
So they don't say. Yeah, but.
Right, angles at the circumference here equal, because you have one chord. Right, one chord, forming two triangles, right? So it means that X is 56. So if here is 56, how much is here?
180
105. Right.
minus 1.
So if there is 105, then Y is what?
7.
180 minus 105. 75. Any questions? Huh? Yeah, we found it. Okay, no complimentary 10 past 12, then all of video.
So I got it.
Huh?
So it's 120, it's. Whatever.
2 o'clock, whatever, we have some. Right, tricks time.
So.
trigs. Let's take a look at trigs, two types of triangles, right angle and non-right angle. So here's an example. Here's a typical example of what you might have to solve, right? What type of triangle is this? Non-right angle, right? So whenever you have non-right angle, what are the two rules you use? Sine and cosine. Yeah, there's a move there. Cosine rule is when is the cosine rule? When you have more lengths and angles, or you have two lengths and the angle in the middle. And cosine rule, sorry, sine rule is when you have. Right. So before we jump to this, I want us go over. Let's go over a couple of examples. And suppose you have if you look in the front page, if you look on your front page, well, inside your possible booklet, just give you this, right? These formulas here. So remember, trig ratios are for non-right angle triangles. Trig ratios are for non-right angle triangles, and the sine and cosine rule is for yes. Right, but you'll also recognize that you can use sine and cosine rule for anything. Right, so before we try this and we jump to parents and thing, I want to practice. All right, so if I gave you a right angle triangle, remember, right angle is if they give you the right angle, opposite the right angle is hypotenuse. If they give you an unknown angle, opposite that is opposite. Next to it is adjacent. Right, remember your rules. Hypotenuse squared is equal to opposite squared plus adjacent squared. That's what. Right.
Just don't take this though. That's BC thing.
That's so weird. Yeah.
All right.
Jeremy.
Look, that doesn't mean what I know.
All right.
All this stuff.
So if you look here, these are for right angle triangles. So if you want to find an angle, sine theta is opposite over hypotenuse. Cos theta is adjacent and hypotenuse. Tan theta is opposite over adjacent. It's important that you know when to use them, not really memorize them because this is it's in your booklet, right? They'll give you this. So these rules are for right angle triangles, right? Everybody remember how to find opposite and hypotenuse and adjacent, right? You got to find those things, right? The problem now becomes when they give you a non-right angle triangles. Always remember that angles are capital letters. Opposite the angles are the lengths in lowercase. Opposite B, lowercase, opposite C, lowercase, right? Here we have a non-right angle triangle, and we have two rules that we could use. The first rule that we could use is sine rule, or we could use cosine rule. How do we know when to use them? To use sine rule, we generally have more lengths than angles. Here, we have more angles, less than or equal to length, right? But a better way to identify them is this. If you have two lengths and the angle in the middle, cosine rule. If you have a length and opposite angle, length, opposite angle, sine rule. That's okay? Those are the two things you're looking for. If you have length, opposite angle, sine rule. If you have something like this, if you have two lengths and the angle in the middle, cosine rule. If you have length, opposite angle, length, opposite angle, sorry, angle, opposite length. If it looks like this, sine rule. If it looks like this, cosine rule. Okay? But generally, more lengths than angles, cosine rule. So in a case like this, cosine rule will be, if you want to find C, it will be C squared is equal to A squared plus B squared minus 2AB cosine the angle in the middle. Right? Advanced people, make sure you calculate in degrees. Okay? Sine rule, length over sine of the opposite angle, length over sine of the opposite angle. That's okay? Here, cross multiply and solve. Here, when you put this in the calculator, I want you to remember something, right? Especially people who have a sharp calculator. When you try, you can work this out all at once. Put a bracket here, work out that, put a bracket here, and work it out. If you put the bracket properly, you will get C squared, then you can square root it. Right? Casio people as well as make sure you put it in properly. Right? But if you have a sharp calculator, don't just put it in like this. Work out this, work out this. Okay, put the bracket here and then you'll get a correct answer. All right. One of the things that you'll recognize in parents after you draw it is always which rule first. Cosine, then sine. Right? If you're not too sure, 99% of the time is always this rule, then that rule. That's okay? Are you okay with that? So we're going to jump straight into working it out. Again, to work this out, you work out here and then solve for C. In one of the years, I think it was last year, someone from last year, right? Here's what they did. They asked you to find the angle. So they gave you 1, 2, 3 lengths, and you have to find the angle. So in a case like that, what you say? You work out this first, you work out this, then you bring it across. And then you make C the subject by dividing by 280. So you work out here first, treat this as 1. Then you work out minus it from C squared. And then when you reach here now, move across it to AB, well, minus 2AB. And then solve for C. Okay? So I want you to see it as 3 terms. 1, 2, 3. Okay? If you do that, you'll get that one wrong, right? Okay. Let's jump into one time. Right, after we do a couple of these, I'll give you a quick, right? All right, I don't want to go to the next part, right? But you want to now find PS. Given that here is 135. Find PS. Given that that side there is 135. Or this way. Find PS. Find here. Find PS. Finish?
The answer. Yes.
Without surely we'll get it, Jeremy. What are you really using, Jeremy? Why? Really better, right?
Yeah. I see.
What is A and B in the formula? Adrian, 135, right? Oh, yeah. Pass you, the safety value, right? Okay, all right. Very good. Make sure it's something, everything, right? Ready? So if you go take calculator, calculator, you should have x squared is equal to 83 squared plus 135 squared minus 2 by 83 by 135 cosine 29. And anybody who got x squared? No, we just move about x one time. Alright, x is how much? Point. Right, can we have it that 3 significant figures, right? 3 significant figures. Anybody not getting the calculator? Everybody getting that? Yeah? Alright. And this is really an angular elevation question, right? So we'll come back and check that out. Right, sometimes at the beginning of these questions, they'll give you one, hold on. Right, remember, if it's right angle triangles. Remember, if it's right angle triangles, use trig ratios, right? And Pythagoras. Right, find each. It's an equilateral triangle. Find each. Right? It's an what we know what equilateral again? Huh? Equilateral. All the sides equal and
60
all the angles equal to 60. Okay? Find each. Oh yeah, each.
No, I didn't sleep. Oh.
That dotted line is a line. Just give it in the middle. You don't have to. You don't have to because of equilateral triangles. All the angles are what again?
Wait, one, go on. Now, why is the you know what? And I share that it's so it's something
Again. Right, so the most important thing that you have to do here was to put in some angles, right? So more than likely, Here's 60, and right, without assuming that the line split in half. Here's 60 and here's 30. Right, you're trying not to use assumptions, right? So now they want us to find h. So we have hypotenuse, we have an angle, and they want us to find h. H is the opposite, right? So we're going to use sine theta is opposite over hypotenuse. So you're going to get sine 60 is equal to h over 30. Cross multiply, because you have two fractions separated by equal sign, and you'll get h is equal to 13 sine 6. And you'll get what? 11.3 centimeters. That's okay. It should also work out if you use a half, 6.5. Check it out for a minute. 11.3 squared plus 6.5 squared. And then square root.
Yeah, it's by dark here.
Yeah. 11.3 squared plus 6.5 squared. What is that?
Yeah, 14.2.
11.3.
Alright, I don't know.
10.3 squared plus 6.5.
Yeah, 7.
So it should work there as well. Right, next one. Right, remember to open talk about something, I want to go over something tomorrow, right?
7.
Pardon me.
That's all. Exactly. So I will continue best. So, yeah, I think it will.
You did get it right.
Yes, I did.
See how they get trained out.
I did. I did. I get down, and down, and down.
Alright, find FP and PR. FP and PR. FP and PR. Right, I'll call them X and Y. Find X and then Y. Right, then I'll give you 15 minutes and go out. Yes.
And so we have to wait.
Yeah, find X and then Y.
I sign request when I do that. So,
Finish. Right, so right angle triangle means this. Means this. Quick ratios, right? Right. What you will use need for first one? Yeah, opposite hypotenuse angle. Sine. Right? So you're using sine 38 is equal to opposite over hypotenuse. X is equal to 18 sine 38. What's that? 11 point? 11 point? 1. Because and if x is equal to 11.1, then we can use Pythagoras theorem, right? Because we have we can find y. So y is the square root of 11.1 squared plus 9.7 squared. How much is that? How much? Anybody get that? Yeah. 14.7. Anybody get that? You'll go with 14 point, right? That was 14.7, probably higher around though. What you got to the first one? X. Okay, alright, that's what I do, what I use. Alright, nice. Next thing, parents and the elevation, right? Take a look quick, we'll go and take it over. Sorry. Take a little break, yeah, 20 minutes. We had to eat, cafeteria when you have things to drink as well. Yeah, right, we start back at 2:20. Alright, let's go again. Start making them one, that's for sure. Alright, so we're gonna continue with the triangles by doing bearings and angles, angles of elevation and things, right? Right. So when we do questions on bearings, right? We need to remember a few things. Right? Of course, the shape that we get below will be a triangle. Right? But what we need to remember is that in bearings, you need to remember two main things. You always do a nice big diagram, of course, but you always start at the north. Right? You start at the north and you move in a clockwise direction. Right? Those are the two things that you do all the time. North, clockwise. Okay? So for example, if I set a bearing of 60 degrees, here's north, here's east, your average where 60 is, right? So you start from here and you go in a clockwise direction and you go to wherever you have to stop at, right? So let's say B is on a bearing of 60. Here's 60. This will take it to where B is. But whenever you're doing these diagrams, let's create all the angles, you know. So if here is 60, here's also. If here is 60, how much is here? So up here is also 50. Right? If I said C is on a bearing of 120. C is on a bearing of 120 from B. Right? You have to average 90, 120 is about here. Come down to wherever C is. This whole thing here is 120. So how much is here? 60. Right? So I'm putting in all the angles one time, right? If here is 60, then here is 60. Here will be 30. Right? And then we'll complete a little triangle. You okay with that? Right? And then from here, the question will start to go into using cosine and sine rule. They might give you here as 12, here as 15. You would have worked out here as 120. Then they will say finance. That's okay? So that's the way the question builds up. So the only way you can do this question is a properly labeled diagram. Remember, bearings always go from the north in a clockwise direction. Okay? The good thing with all the recent years is that just give it a shape. You have to put in all the angles. Okay? So they're giving you the shape, you have to put in everything. Okay? Just remember, you're drawing your diagram, you're starting from north and you're working out. If they gave you points, put all the cardinal points on it. Okay? Draw your north, your east, your south, and your west. Right? Remember, here to here is 90, 180, 270, 360. Okay with that? So in the end, the diagram should look like that. All the angles in it, all the lengths in it. Okay? After we look at bearings, next thing that we had to look at, which is the hardest one, is angles of elevation and depression. Right? To figure out the angle of depression and elevation easy. Right? But sometimes to envision the 3D diagram hard. Elevation, real simple. You on the ground, you're looking up. That's an angle of elevation. Right? An angle of depression, you are looking down. Right? So angular elevation from the bottom to the angle you're looking at, from here, looking downwards. Okay? The depression is looking down, elevation is looking upwards. That's okay? Right. So sometimes on questions, here's what it is, right? So let's imagine we have this flat ground here. Pretend there's a flat ground, right? And there's a pool. There's a pool on the flat ground. Then they look at points on this flat ground here, right? So you have a pool, let's say that's the ground, right? That's the ground, and there's a pool on the ground, right? And then you're looking at some different points. So let's say you add the point P, and the point P, you're looking up at an angular elevation of 30 degrees. So you are on the ground, and you're looking up at the top of the pool here, right? So it means that you're looking up like that, and the angular elevation is here. That's okay? If I were to connect P back to the bottom here, what's the angle here? 90. All right. Most of the questions, once you have that object standing on a surface, the angle the other points will make is generally 90 with it. So some of these questions are not cosine and sine rule, but trig ratios. All right. So that's the hardest thing to identify where that actual tool is. Okay. Right? And then, well, this simple. Elevation is looking up, depression is looking down. Right? If you look at the questions and parents, they generally tend to make you use cosine and then sine rule. Elevation is making you trig ratios. Right? But there is one where they make you use cosine and sine. Okay with that? So the objective in all these questions, before you apply the rules, is you must have a completed diagram with all the angles and lengths in it. That's okay? So let's go to one of these and see if we can complete it and then stop. All right? What's the condition here? Cosine rule again. Two angles and the length in the middle, right? Sine rule is length and opposite angle. So let's target one here. So you would recognize that these are the kind of things that will come with the number 9. Right? The number 9 is circles, like circle geometry that we did earlier. Bearings or angles in elevation and depression. Hello. You have that rule. Good. All right. Let's do this one. This is May 2024, number 953. Right? We'll follow it in there. Find QR. What's the ruler using? QR, Jeremy. QR. Cosine? Sure. Perfect. Cosine rule. Go ahead. Look it out quick. Yeah. That's one. Oh. Okay, this is a trick. Where is the trick? Right? They have something on the same diagram down to pairing. Pairing up people as. But here it is. Find QR quickly. QR alone, right? And then we did the parents part of it. Jeremy said cosine. Right, so you should have QR squared is 16 squared plus 18 squared minus 2 by 16 by 18 cosine 25. QR is the square root of that. What you got? 7.61.
Yeah.
Alright. So, show the diagram now then, because it needed for the next two parts. Draw a diagram and then we can put in the text they gave us. You put a little cardinal points at each point, right? Right, so all it gave us, right? They said the bearing of P from S is 205. So I am just putting in my cardinal points here. I want you to draw it in, right? The bearing of P from S. Then they want R from S and S from P. So the first thing I want to try to do is put in P from S. So from S means it's starting where? At S, and then you're moving how much degrees? 205 until you reach what? Until you reach P from S. So you're starting at north in S and you're going all the way until you reach P. Let me see you draw it in first for help you. Try and see if you can draw that bearing. The bearing of P from S. The bearing of P from S is 205. Try and draw that in the book. Remember, you're starting at S and you're going to P. Right, take both of this. You start in here and you're going all the way until you reach here. That whole angle is 205. That's okay? Yeah? Leonardo, what's the angle of top here? But that's change color. What's the angle of top here? 108. Where you get up?
That's 35.
And you take it away from. So 205 minus 25 minus 72, and you got 108. Okay, so you see, we have a diagram with all the angles now, right? 108 on top. Very quick on Elijah. Elijah, what do you think is the bearing of our promise? So you're starting with, and you're going to, right? What's the bearing of our promise? Start at S and go all the way till R, and see what angle is that. 108, have you got? So the angle from here to here is 108. That's okay? Anya? Follow up? Next one is yours, Anya. The bearing of S from P. So where you started? And you're going to, so where that little thing I want to find. They started at the north and P, and you're going until you just that small angle right there. Right now. We've got 2 minutes. Think about it. What is that angle there? This question was more about angle there. How much? 47 and quick. What is that small angle there? What's up there? What is that small angle there? Let me feel the thing on. Okay. 25.
Yeah.
Everybody get up? Yes, sir. Get up. 25. How do you get 25? Priyanka? How do you get 25? In your mind, you should try to figure out that little shaded region there is same as what shaded? The same as what? Here is the same as here. Correct? So if the whole thing is 205, that shaded region there is 205 minus 180. Correct? Y'all seen it there? No, you're here, sir. No, you're seeing that? Yeah? And yeah, see that? Okay, so it's important after you enjoy the diagram, see what again, yeah, right? Yeah. Okay, no calculation besides that, right? Let's go again. That's May 2024. So you need a big label, a nice label diagram, right? Let's go again. Put everything in. Take a little read. You might need a diagram. Basically, give you everything. Pay attention. So, well, like this. Your X is 29.5. All the points are 4 points on the same ground. So like this is the ground, all 4 points on the same ground, right? Go ahead. See what I get is.
What do you have to say?
I'm really telling you.
Yeah, figure out, look at the triangle, and figure out what rule we're gonna use. Wanna see all solvents. Or the fight, the power, well, you have to come from the other.
I'm gonna start saying.
You see what triangle they're using, right? And what type of triangle they do? Right now, learn them right now. Alright, so two side no side, there are more lines and angles. Then let's do it up. Right, you have three lengths, one angle. Okay. Well, yeah, taking time and solve to the angle. I was talking to you about how to do that, right? Go ahead. Take your time, cosine rule, let's see what they get.
That you.
Right, you have more length and angles, stay with cosine rule, right? Okay, you want to see if we get stiff, right?
Walk up here, buddy. Anyway, I got out.
All you guys? All right, I want to do one on the board, right? But before I do that, all right, I'll just look right here. Right, so it's 11.5.3, hopefully it'll fit down here. So we identified cosine rule because it's more lengths than angles, right? Right. Remember, the formula is E squared is equal to B squared plus C squared minus 2BC cosine E. Before you start working it out, right? You have to pay attention to what is capital A and what is lowercase a. The length is the lowercase a, and the angle is the one x in this case. That's okay? So it's supposed to be 6.9 squared is equal to 5.3 squared plus 11 squared minus 2 by 5.3 by 11 cosine x. When you're working it out, work out 5.3 plus 11 squared, how much is that? Now, I want to show all this stuff. Some is 6.9 squared. 6.9 squared is what? 0.6. 5.3 is what? 5.3 is 28.09. 11 squared is 121. And then 2 by 5.3 by 11 is 116.6 cosine x. The reason I do this here is I want to show you all these steps, right? This is 1, 2. This is an x2. Do not subtract this and this. That's wrong, right? What you have to do is take 47.61 and minus the sum of this, right? So the sum of that will be 28.09 plus 121. Right, so that's 149.09 minus 116.6 cosine. Right, and then left hand side that'll be minus 47.61 minus 101.48 is equal to minus 116.6. Right, and then you want to solve for x, so that cosine inverse of 101.48 divided by 116.6. So everybody can add the difference. Hopefully this works out 29.5. That's okay. So it's important that you treat them as the right things as one term, right? This is one term. This is the next term. And then carries across here minus the last term. Yeah. You lose mark. No. I just showing you everything. You could immediately put 6.9 squared minus 5. We can do that one time. But for some people in case they don't understand how they're going to go on sites. Yeah. We subtract 47.61 minus 149.04.09. Check it back. Whatever, just work it out. You will still get the same answer. 29, you get close to the same. 29. Whatever you get. You should still get the same 29.5. Everybody okay there? Yeah. Next. Let's take a look at the angular elevation. You have to show it now. Right, some of these questions, especially when we go into vectors and matrices, right? Vectors and matrices, the last question. You waste time before. You don't have much time to spend on it, right? I will show you something. We can do vectors and all the vector questions. I want you to find it hard. Right? We have 101.4 you can divide it by 1 second. All right. So you want to save some time because I'm telling you that once you learn the matrices, that vectors are matrix question and you can 12 marks. But you don't want to have 5 minutes to do a whole question. Sometimes you find it good that you can jump onto that first. You don't want to waste time at all. All right. This one here, they want you to draw a diagram. So draw a little diagram based on the input. And let's work this out for you. All we have is vectors and matrices. Let me go. Draw a diagram. Look at one work again. Round 5 it. Round 5 it to alright, round 4. There we go. This one vector. Yeah, a little bit and then we are making. I can rush maybe to finish up tomorrow. Right after this, we still have to do number 1. We still have to do stats. Right? And then we can come back and do some of the things that you're still finding in trouble with, right? I'll try and do paper 3 tomorrow as well. Paper. Paper with the 3 on. Oh. Kind of like an SB question.
Nah,
Yeah, right out.
nah, Jeremy. Jeremy, nah.
Right out. Right, so they give you a vertical tower. That's the example I gave you. The marker up in here. They give you a vertical tower GT. It's constructed at the point G and it's pivoted to the ground and all the points on the ground, right? All the points on the ground. So you have a pole, all the points on the ground, and the pivoted up wire connected. So imagine me as a pole and have wires pulling off. Right? Create name for that. I'll pass on and tell you for right. Create name that. Great diagram, that will come that some of the diagram. So the diagram. I can do that. Right, so just so you have your vertical tower, GT. Right, and the vertical tower on the ground, I'm just gonna draw the ground a little bit. Please remember there's a 3D diagram, right? That's right now for your points. Draw a little line. Elevation up or down? Elevation is when it comes earlier tomorrow, you can come right. I'll be here coming to block. So those who have advanced something or like that, so like know that, right? So let's focus on. Yeah, right. No, I didn't choose. You want to learn it, right? There you something else. That's what you have. Yeah, look at that side. You're done? Right, so yeah, you have to put points in, right? So you put in your points, I'm putting F here, and I'm putting E here, and I'm putting G here, right? Sorry, EF on each. Right, they said the angular elevation of the top of the tower from F is 31. So I'm putting a little point at F, and I'm going upwards 31 degrees. Remember, I told you that this angle here is always 90, right? Right, the angle there is 90. The length of wire that was used to secure. Wait, that's all they give you?
It's all right there.
The length of wire that was used to secure TS. But they gave us nothing else? Hold on, that's forget. For sure.
Oh, wait, that, all right.
Line diagram there, we. Sorry, I joined it here and I give it to you already. Mine didn't look like that, right? Right, you know why, right? Why mine didn't look like that? Right? They kind of take a picture from on top.
Yeah.
Right, so if you look from on top, that's the way it's looking. G is top of the pool. Okay? And the angle at F was what again? 31. The angle here. So let's pretend the pool here. I'm gonna try and fix it here, right? Does it stop, right? So the pool somewhere here. And then this going back to here. This is T, this is 90, and this is 31. Right? So they have the top, so they give you diagram already. Sorry about that. So that's G there. T is the bottom of the pool. That's 90 and that's 31 degrees. Okay? They want you to find FT. What's the rule using there? No, yeah. FT. That's it. What kind of what kind of triangle is that? Yeah, which one? Oh, yeah. Do you have hypotenuse? And x is what? Right, so which unit is that? Cosine. So therefore, cosine theta is equal, sorry. Cosine 31 is equal to adjacent over hypotenuse. Cross multiply, work it out. How much you got? 5.9. 5.9. Everybody okay with that? Everybody understand why I put that line underneath to represent GT? Because the diagram that you are viewing there, top of the pole, right? So it's like this. Right? If you had 3 points here and a pole on top here, and you look on top, you're not gonna see the pole. You're gonna see the top and you're gonna see the 3 points on the ground. That's okay? So I just put the pole GT to show you that GTF is on the right hand. Alright? So that what is? Fill out more. Back to the same diagram, right? Write it down. The bearing E from H is 228. The bearing E from H is 228. What is the bearing of H from E? And what is the bearing of G from H? And what is that one? The bearing of E from H is 228. So you're starting where again? From H. The bearing of E from H. So you're starting at H and you're going to E. 228, right? So let's go back here. Hopefully we don't need that working, right? Right, so the bearing of E from H. What's X again? 29.5. We're going to talk about 30, right? Right. Where do I draw that bearing? Adrian. Where do I put that bearing? The bearing of E from H is 228.
From H.
I go clockwise. Until I reach. Right? And the whole bearing is 228. So can you find the angle in there? Coming up. Yeah, that way.
Yeah.
144. Right, so that top piece there is 144. Everybody okay with that? Right? I pick on somebody else. Why I pick on you? Get in. You got it? Let's set up by Jared. Put your name here. Right, Jared, I need some help. What's the first one? Bearing of what? The bearing of H from E. That's the first one? Yeah, I'll give you the other one. Next one. Okay, now one. Right now, bearing of the first one is bearing from E. So it's starting with the bearing of H from E. Right, and it's going where? H. It's starting here and going here. Correct? So that's the angle you want. But the problem is, this angle is equal to which angle? Go down in notes here. So it's equal to what angle? Straight in the last one. This shaded region is the same as what? This shaded region. Huh? No. The whole thing in a 54, part of it. So could you find that shaded region there? If the whole thing is 228, right? The whole thing is 228? Yeah. What is that small shaded region then? The whole thing. So you're going all the way, it's 228. But the shaded region. Subtract one. Or you subtract it from 228. Easier than that. So what's this here? All this whole thing here is 228. Right? That whole thing is 228. What's this here? That shaded part. 180. So if you minus 228, 180 from 228, then they will get the remainder. Right? So the remainder here is 228 minus 180. So you got 40. Correct? So both of them are 40. What's the last one? G from H. Right. G from H. Hold on. G from H is where? So you're starting at and you're going to G. Right? Yeah. Come on. Right. Okay, I am so right. So where you going? 144 plus. Nice. So that's 174. Have you looked it up? Yeah. This one sign name level. Java. Jordan. Right, I forget Jordan. Huh? When I come back, don't worry. I see it up there. Right. So that's the way you do angle of elevation and clearance, right? Right? And so we're able to combine both of them into a nice question. Everybody okay with this? Right? Try and picture it out. I want a little 3D and make sure you pull the angles in and things. Okay? And you'll recognize that they're very similar. All right. Take 5 minutes and then we start vectors. So vector, I'm going to show you how we did vectors. The vector questions really easy. We can do about 3 or 4. What shall we? 5 minutes and we start the vector. We have time to do matrix, right? How we take it so far? 3? What? Still on. Hello? We're excited about that? We're excited about that. 2 half an hour excited about that. Wow, one night. No, I don't want to. Yeah. In April, during the Easter, I have like this. 5, 6 days per subject, for 5 days per subject. And they do all service. May 48 time. Friday, Saturday 48 time. Like many for us, if I'm doing now 1 day little practice. Right? So but like during those all during the all nighters, you'll get more practice. Last time I gave away 200. Well, cash flow. I mean, all nighter.
We give it away, you know, when you do,
Again, what?
was up was 150, 100, per second. With a total, you had a trigger rules for both rooms. And that we give two of them. Maybe the two is 500, that we go. That's 6 anymore, 6 any units, 6 anymore. It's a coffee and soup on soup, it's a corn soup. And it's a sometimes fish. Huh? But who's it? When I go, I can see it on. Like normally it'd be a bar, that'd be a bar, you get those masters covered. Can't buy one. So I down that. I can see. But I would exactly what? Check out the way out that. One is the real bar, one so on. It's that G one by one. Actually, we're gonna try some vectors now. Yeah, remember some basic rules. To find an unknown vector, alternate. Huh? That's not our pass and collect. I so I'll make sure I know your name. So I know you're the Jordan, you get the first question. Huh? What? Chad, I know I'm picking on Chad already. You get one already. I'll start here. Like get some rest and practice or this practice. But it's much to be paying for practice. So that's one of the real things. Right? Things they don't remember. You can still do the this one. Alright, let's go again. So we're taking a look at vectors, right? The vectors in the past 5, 6, 7 past papers, they're real simple. Right? All we need to know the basic rules. After we do them, you'll tell me where it is. You find it hard or it's you. Right. So let you answer this quickly. Let's say I gave you a point, right? And the point is 3, 5. Right? The position vector of that point basically means that, right? When they say position vector, all they mean is they want the vector from O to the center to the point P. So the position vector written as this OP is 3, 5. Okay with that? Real simple. Right? Take the coordinate and instead of writing 3, 5 horizontally, write it vertically. Are you with me there? Right. What is PO? Well, PO means that it changes direction. So when you change directions to touch it, you put minus sign. That's okay? Minus 3, minus 5. Everybody okay with that? Elijah? Yeah? Next. Magnitude. How do we find magnitude of vector? See those 2 lines around it? Those 2 lines around it is the magnitude. How long is it, right? Square root of 3 squared plus 5 squared. Square root of x squared plus 5 squared. Everybody okay with that? How do you add and subtract vectors? Really easy. Subtract the x, subtract the y. Add the x, add the y. Everybody okay with that? Please remember when you change the direction from P to O to P to P to O, don't forget to put a negative sign in front, right? Next, how do we multiply vectors? Real simple. If I multiply OP by 2, you're multiplying 2 by 3, 2 by 1, and you'll get 60. Easy, right? Right? How do we multiply two vectors now? If I give you vectors 3, 1 multiplied by 2 minus 4, right? How do you multiply two vectors? Real easy. Multiply the x, multiply the y, and add them. That's okay? A by C, B by D, and add them. Or another mistake. A by C, B by D, and add them. Right? Say again. 2 as the answer. That's okay? Multiply the x, multiply the y, and add them. Okay? This has a small error in the happen. Change it, right? So ignore that. You multiply the x values, A by C. You multiply the y values, B by D, and add them. That is called your dot or your scalar product. It's no longer vector, the whole number. All right. One more thing. Displacement vectors. So if I ask you to find an unknown vector, let's say I ask you to find B to C, right? And you know A, B, and you know A, C. How you'll do that, Rihanna? How you will find B, C? So what Brianna is going to say is that she's going to say you have to find an alternate route from B to C along a triangle. That's okay? So to go from B to C along the triangle, you'll go B to A and then A to C. You're seeing that? So you're going B to A to C. Right, Brianna? Not come to say that, right? So you find the alternate route from B to C. Remember, the next way you can do it, split up the B and the C and put the next letter in the middle. That's okay? Remember, it's called displacement vectors, right? So you find the alternate route from B to C. Everybody okay with that? Once you have a triangle, it's easy. And it will work for any shape. If it's a quadrilateral, it'll work for that as well. Just find the alternate route from where you start to where you finish. That's okay, it could be anything. We have two rules to remember. Parallel vectors are multiples of each other. For example, 2 and 3 and 4 and 6. These two vectors are parallel because they are multiples of each other. Right? And last thing, which I have not seen for like 7 or 8 past papers, collinear. Collinear means they're in a straight line. Right? Collinear simply means this. Collinear means that if you find A and B, B and C, and you add them, you will get AC. That's okay? That's what collinear means. It also means that A, B, and B, C are parallel. So you have these two things to do. If you could show that they are parallel, and when you add them again, AC, they are collinear. Right? But I haven't seen them in the past 6 years, but sorry. 6 past people, they are 4 years old. You okay with that? So those are all that you need to answer that question. Add, multiply, and parallel. And find this unknown vectors. Everybody okay with that? Let's go straight into one. You'll find it hard, you stop with it. Sorry, you'll find it hard, we do it all. You find it easy, we stop it.
So, that was the.
Alright, let's start here. It's up to you to draw it up. In fact, you have to draw it out. Because in exam, really, you will draw a diagram, put in all the important stuff, right? So you can't escape from drawing diagram. Right? Draw a diagram, put in the info they gave you. Once you do that, everything is easy. OE is 2 times EF, right? That's all it's saying, right? OE is 2 times EF. So OE twice as big as EF. Right. Right, but the hardest thing there is just putting the letters in the right place, right? MSC midpoint. OE, remember they said OE is 2 PM. Right? Let's see if we can label it up there for now. MSC midpoint and so on. Right, let me see which one can handle it. MSC midpoint, so for you, which R9. Next time. And so he said that OE is twice as big as EF, like that. We're not playing OG now. Right, so he leave it up there, right? So. With energy. Right, so you have to find the alternate now from F to G. Right, so Brianna going to help us find F to G. F to G is what? Find the alternate route from F to G. What would it be? We'll start here and finish. I can do that. I do it. What we triangle, what would it be? After what? It's like. Yeah, that's the one. Right up. After the one. Well, but yeah, one side, right? Plus one, the one. Right? But that's the. Okay, leave one. Right, F2 and then add it to the G. Right, she made a mistake there. Can you fix it? Can you fix it? Alright, she fixed it. minus D, right? Right? Why is it minus though? Because you're going against the arrow, right? Once you go against the arrow, it's minus. Good. Right? Everybody okay with that? But with a proper diagram, it should be easy, right? Right. The only thing that I don't like in this diagram is that we learned that the whole thing is D, right? So instead of writing two, what you can also write is remember split up, right? So here is 2/3 D and here is 1/3 D. Okay? Right? So it's nice to write that, right? Because you might need it later on. Okay? So instead of writing 2x and x, they can write 2/3 D and 1/3 D. Everybody okay with that? What do you want after? They want EG. Right? They want, yeah, EG. So look at the diagram and tell me how to get E to G. That will go to, yeah. Sorry. Right? So look at it there. What's the alternate route from E to G? Technically, you have two answers. Well, let me see what you come up with. No, you're starting at E. Yeah. Eta, right? And F to G. What's the next option? E to O1, O to G. Right? The reason I like this option is that I went with the arrow. So you have less negative signs to work with. Right? So E to F is 1/3 D and G to F is minus D plus. So you'll end up with minus 2/3 plus same answer. Okay? But anyone can work. Right? And most likely they're going to ask who am I? Yeah, OM, last part. Is there a line connecting O1M? Is there a line connecting O1M? No. So you need to put in that line O to M. Right? Put in the line O to M, and I will ask somebody to do it for me. Probably Philip. Right? O to M now. Take your time and do O to M. Right? So what's the most important thing in a question? Diagram. Most important thing. You're following? Jordan? Are you okay with that? You have to find OM. I said my accent. Work out OM. Where's M again? M is the what? Midpoint, right? So please think about what EG is. Take your time. Let's see again. Let's see who look in the lowest. Let's see. Okay. Let's think about it. You want to find OM, right? So the front triangle with OM is it. Find it. Find a triangle with OM in it. You have two options. So start at O and see what path you will take to reach M. Right? Right, what do take? Take a minute, find diagram. What's the key? Yes, 2/3 D. And E to M is what? I do it in half there. And is it midpoint? So eta M is what? Sure. This is midpoint. So, do you know EG? Yeah, you found EG in part two. See that? What EG? So what EM means? And M is in midpoint. See that? You want me halfway? So EM will be half of EG. So you got to add that. You have to add it OE and again. Right? That ready? Simplify earlier, and have the fraction property. OE, right? You know what is OE? Right? E is half of it. Yeah, EM, sorry, is half of EG. Right, just take your time and work it out, right? Yeah, after this thing, right, so OM, right, Janet said is O to E plus E to M. Could you have gone the other way as well? Could you have gone O to G to M? Yes. But you're going against the arrows, right? That's why I like to put in the arrows so you know when you're going with and against. O to E is what? 2D on 3. What is E to M? E to M is a half of this whole thing here. A half of minus 2D on 3 plus C. Right? Please, you can't leave it like that. You have to, the answer said simple form. So it's 2D on 3. That two will cancel, so you'll get minus D on 3 plus a half C. So you'll end up with D on 3 plus D on 2. But you get us all the way there? Yes? Right? You cannot stop here all year. You can't stop here, right? You have to multiply it out. Yes, sir? Okay with that? Elijah, questions? Any questions all year? Elijah, sure? Sure. Next one is your Elijah. Right? Again, the diagram is the most important thing, right? So I'll start with the hard one. Let's go to the easier one now. Kapila. What year was that one? Jan or June? I didn't. Alright, that was Jan then. That was Jan 2024. Now for June. Ready again? Let's go again. You need that round. You need that round.
That's what they say.
Show it diagram. May 2024. Can see one is here. Really info us. OE and DC parallel. OA and DC, right? And AB and OD parallel. They give you OA and OD and the other add in there. Oh yeah, you put all the info in diagram, that's really easy. All they want is AB and BC. Yeah.
Honestly. I was something. I was something.
Where Alicia? Where Alicia? Jeremy. Jeremy. Right here, some more to do here. Stop here. Right, for those who finish, they will again ED and BC. ED and BC. Right, but I want to show you diagram, right? So Jeremy, they said that AB parallel to OD and AD parallel to BC. But we know what parallel the vectors again? Parallel the vectors are what? They are multiples of each other. Okay. Sorry, you wanna say that? Right, so here what they said. They said OD is 2 times AB. I want you to tell me, what do I write on OD? What do I write to represent OD? AB is B, so what is OD? AB is B. Yeah, right. AB is B. Right? AB is B. OD is 2 times AB. What do I write to represent OD? AB is B and OD is 2 times AB. That's it, you did not. What would OD be? Figure it out. I don't know. Think about it. You know what AB is, right? AB is what? Right now, what is say about OD? And what is AB? So what's OD? Right, you take 5 years to do that. Some of what's DC? DC. What's DC?
I don't know, sir.
What's it good? What's it good? OA is 2DC. OA is A, so what is CC? What's CC? Yeah. Right, all you have to do is just put it 2 there, right? Yeah, half. Okay, so it's a half A. I know. What is AD? Tell me what is A to D? One pick one of them. Who? Miriam. Yeah, Miriam. AD is what? Yeah, AD. You can draw a line if you want. Very good. Right? A to O plus O to D. So that'll be negative A plus 2. BC. See who will get BC. What is BC? Already have a line, right? BC is what? Remember I told you the rule can work for anything, right? Beta? Anybody? Beta O? But we don't know beta O, so don't make it complicated. Remember I told you it does not have to be a triangle. Just find the alternate route from beta to A. Go ahead, tell me again. Yeah, beta. Yeah, beta C is what? O to A. No way. Where you starting? BC. So you're starting at B. Right. Starting at B and ending up at C. So what would it be? Go backwards, right? So it's what? B. Hold on. B to A plus A to O plus O to D and then D to D. Huh? Right, oh, I mean, B to A. Yeah, that's it all. Right? Or you could have used as Felicia was saying, we found A to D. Right? We found A to D. So you could have gone B to A to D, D to C. A little bit shorter, right? Right, but anyway, your final answer is minus B minus A plus 2B plus a half B. So I got B minus a half B. Right? I did it. All the way around?
Yeah.
All the way around, or you can go B to A to D. That's not done.
Still got it on this.
Huh? Where? Right there?
Yeah, right.
What that?
They're going on.
But it's not right there? I thought it was nice. Keep looking. Right? Everybody okay with that? One more. One more, then I'll give you a little break and then we can finish up with major three. Or something really equal time. We can do practice. Anybody write them? Right, you can take a look at the other years and try them, right? Oh, this one other trick with the diagram. Just a diagram. Right, we can do some tools too. That's not, let's do all this first. Sitting it, right?
Yeah.
Right, most important thing. Fix the diagram. They want PQ, PR, RB. Take all the info and fix the diagram. That's, huh? Okay. You have to do it because you have to put in all the information. After. Jeremy, do not come down for them, no, please. To help who? Master to help them. Jeremy, right?
Yeah. That's it, I read it. What is it?
Right. Here with you?
Yes, how about it there? Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Oh yeah, no, pass on, collect in the meantime.
Okay.
Am I saying? Come on, hurry up there, please. Go ahead, Ask me now, yeah, I'm also. Finish already? So the ones that find, you're done putting all the info? Right, for those who finish putting all the info, putting everything in, did they 1-to-3 ratio and thing, right? Find PQ. Find PQ, PR, RB. PQ, PR, RB. Come down, we're gonna get this one. hardest thing there is that one, the trick there. PQ, PR, RP.
Yeah.
I'll take it. Move it out now, tell it us. Right, please don't forget to compass and push out tomorrow, right? As we just do a little quick construction and it might need it for transformation as well. Take it when you got it. You have to find PQ, PR, RB. PQ, PR, RB. Well done. That's fine. Good, am I ready? Good. From the. Once again, you'll find it hard. Once again, the important, right? Remember, 1 to 3 means 1/4 to 3/4. Okay? Yeah.
1 to 3 means they're gonna restore 1 to 3, right? They're gonna restore 1 to 3 points. With that.
Alright, let's see how this fix, let's see how it. Let's see how it looks on the diagram, right? Alright, so in the diagram above, OPQ is a triangle. ARB and AO and AOQ are straight lines, right? B is the midpoint of PQ. So B splits up here into half and half. I just like to write a half and a half. R is the midpoint of AB. So here's a half and here's a half. Nice. They said O to R is 1 to 3. So here is 1/4 and here is 3/4 of the whole line. Okay, 1 to 3 means a ratio of 1 to 3/4. Okay, so you should see that RP 3 times bigger than 2R. 1 to 3 means a ratio of 1 to 3/4. Sorry, 1/4 to 3/4. Yeah, add up the 1 and the 3, that's 4. So the ratio is 1/4 to 3/4. Okay.
Yeah.
Right, now this said OP, where is OP? OP is 4A, so it means here is 1/4 4A, and here is 3/4 4A. I like to fix it in one time, I write it in red. Here is A, and here is 3. Then this said OQ, O to Q is 8B, so I write in 8B here. Right, so that's all the info they gave us. So question number 1, they said to find PQ. PQ is what? PQ is P to O, O to Q, right? PO plus OQ, real easy. PO is minus 3A. And OQ is 8B. What's the next one? Okay, what's the next one? Oh, PO, oh sorry, 4. I got to study it again then. Minus 4A. What's the next one? Jordan? We are good for that. Right, what's the next one, Jordan? After PQ, what they ask for? PR, Jordan, that's out here. PR. PR is what?
P to B,
PR, that's not right. P to R is?
B to B, B to R.
P to B, B to R. Do we have P to R?
Because
No, we don't have that because beta R is just a half or something.
Okay, well, so Peter Q, Peter O, Peter R.
No, but remember P, what they ask for again? Peter R, okay. Let me hear, Peter,
Peter, Peter, Bishop. Peter O, Peter R.
okay, Peter Q, Q to O to R,
Yes, sir.
right, I'll take that. Peter Q, we just found that. And then Q to O and then O to R, so I'll take that. Peter Q is what? Peter Q is negative 4A plus 8B. O to Q is minus 8B. And what's the last part? O to R. O to R is 1A. So the B's will cancel off and you'll get minus 3A. We already had that. Why do all that for? And we already had PR. Sorry, I just missed a whole 2 minutes there. Because we already had it. Remember from the ratio, you worked it out already? Huh? So you didn't have to do all that?
So, sir.
No, it's my fault. I wasn't paying attention as well. So PR is minus 3. What's the last one? R to B. Right? Let me pick on who? Elijah again? Elijah. Third time? R to? Alright. Or it could be what? R to P plus P to P. Right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Okay. Right, so I got 3A minus 2A plus 4B, which is A plus 4B. Anybody get that? So it's 3A minus A plus 4B. Yeah. All right. So that's vectors there. Take a little break. Huh? Take a little break and then we go again. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, go.
Yeah.
3 minutes.
Hey, Martinez, no.
Someone's looking at it, that's not up there for my.
Yeah. Maybe Yeah.
The correct name, please.
Oh. So if I put James, you'll play it. So,
Huh?
Yes.
Don't forget, right, remember tomorrow we have to do matrices, we have to do stats, we have to stats, and a couple of small things, right? Alright, so this Kahoot here, what I hope nobody loves about. You know how you gonna log in? Too bad. Gonna get to it. Alright, so let's now start up there on the other, let me do a mass multiple choice. Some of these are past papers, right? They get some multiple choice as well. Right, log in quick. The correct name, huh?
So that wasn't it.
Ready?
Go soon. Yeah.
Ready? Are you gonna video how much time? Start. Narayana. Right? Two, these two say down together, these three say down together. Let's just push up there. Turning points are like this one. Or the turning points. But I move it together, but. We have one Leonardo, very man. I see nobody in the back. There we have going on. You want to like on the one scene all here? One boy, one. I didn't show you the name, but you have it right. We give you the image and the translation. Right, all you have to do was just minus it. What is it? 2 hours. I like this one. I like this one. Okay, you have time. Type your answer, right? Who's that answer? You come on. Right? Put a comma in between the answer. Oh, you have to. I get your mention I have. Huh? Oh, you put it brackets on the outside.
Oh.
So, yeah, you need brackets.
Oh, yes.
Well, I get 5 2.
Yeah.
Remember that for next time, right? That's my phone. I shall tell it come. I mean, I'm brackets. What's the upper boundary and 3 5? Oh. Alright, nice, not bad. Sandy them come back on top, but keep rolling. Alright. Nearly so. Yeah. What is that? That's how you got it. But you can shoot it. It has to be ordered, right? I shall give all this one to. Wait. Hey, the last one here. Last one here, sorry. I see who win this one out. Okay, 2 more for the one, right? Okay. Alright, second, keep going, good. Win it. Alright, you come away. Sandy Panucci, alright. Hello, one more. Alright, you go. Alright, so tomorrow we'll finish up with the topics that right, you should see yourself here. Who's this here? Oh no, 10 or 16. Who's this here? Normally we come last right here. They're doing order like that. Huh? I'll find it.